Mic check.
All right. Yeah, we're good. How's it going, brother?
I'm good, Access, man. Not too bad. Not
Good
too
deal.
bad. Yeah. How you doing?
A little better. I'm doing all right, man. Me and Dominique have been talking kind of behind the scenes about some metaphysics and some energy work, and we were discussing putting a stream together today. So I'm sure he'll show up at one point in time or another. But it's definitely open for anybody to come up and discuss. You know, kind of want to stay on a metaphysical type topic. It's been really present in my life here lately, and there's been a lot of synchronicities and correlations of things that have actually transpired that pushed me in that direction. And Dom is his wife does the energy work. Dom is, he's very much into the energy work, and I think it's kind of important right now, and especially with everything changing in cycles, to kind of be able to apply your energy to yourself, maybe understand yourself a little better and the energies that you're working with.
Mm-hmm.
But I have been keeping up with your work. I've checked out your last couple streams. I haven't been engaging much, but I have watched, and I noticed you caught the attention of a couple other channels that have been researching your work, and
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was really cool.
Cheers.
You're starting, yeah, you're making waves out there, brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, respect to that. Respect.
Yeah, I was. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm the type of person, if I can see someone heading down the same path with what I'm researching, and it sheds a bit of light onto my content as well, I'll go ahead and collaborate with mine. I'll make sure it's collaboration time. You understand? So no stone unturned.
Yeah, I was glad to see that it wasn't a critiquing or an attack. I was glad to see that it was more a collaborative outlook on what you were doing and your research, which kind of gave me a little bit of hope for the progression of this community. I was like, okay, now that's cool. That I can relate to. Somebody, propping somebody up in a positive manner with good energy. That's always a bonus.
Indeed.
So, what do you think of his outtake and his outlook on this is Charles is who we're discussing, that he has a channel that he's operated for quite a while, and he took interest into London's work, which, if anybody out there knows, London has great research on concept of what the Earth is, its physical dynamics, and possible projected dynamics. I suggest checking into his channels. Great community, great panel, very respectable channel. I think you come across with good content, man. So yeah, definitely put your link in the chat there.
Oh, nice. Let me drop that link for you. How do I drop that link again? Shit. It's been so long since I dropped my link. I forgot how to do it. Hold on. Oh yeah, go to my channel first. Shit, I forgot. Shit. Oh yeah, share. Copy link. It's been a while since I've done this. Is that how you do it? There we go. It's linked to the channel. Alchemos in the building. Salute.
Yeah, I've seen that.
But I mean, if you did see the dynamics of it yesterday, I mean, even with Charles wasn't that right. It would have been better if he had me over there from the beginning, or at least rescheduled it to a later time where I wasn't live where I could join him when he's reviewing my show. You understand? Sometimes I think people just do certain things just to see where they are at with people. You know, me
That's
and Charles used to be 100 sometimes. We was 100, proper 100, but then people get in between us, things get said. And I feel like instead of just, you know, coming back and giving me a big hug and all these things, you know, squashing it up, people would rather do little things like this to try and get back underneath me, which it isn't bad, I suppose. But when it comes to things like this, I'd rather people just don't beat around the bush with me. Like, if you're going to air my stuff, you know, at least do it the right way. You understand? Because this is what I want. I want people to give me feedback. You understand? But I want feedback in the present time, right there and then, not when the video's finished and then I got to come in and speak about it. You understand? That's just my
right.
faults with these people. But they know where they stand with me. They know like London ain't really feeling their past antics and all these things here. So I don't know, man. I'm just very observant when it comes to certain things.
I
You
think
know,
on not defending you know any misconduct, but I think you know he's kind of young and he's interacting with some particular characters that come across with you know if they're going to present themselves with somebody else, they don't necessarily involve the other party, and I think he's learned that through just his environment being on YouTube. I don't
mm,
know, you know, I don't. I think it's learned behavior
mhm.
because he's really trying to develop as a host, but you know, he's still young and he's still really green. But the fact that he took notice, man, I mean, that's a bonus.
Of
I
course.
try and look at the positive aspects of you know when somebody approaches somebody else's channel anymore because there's been so much damage done and it's time to move on from that. You know, I think
Yeah.
Z's doing a good job moving forward. Ian found his niche. You've got yours. You know, Sunkist has hers. You know, we all have a little niche that we kind of stay in that trench of. And for somebody else to recognize that and move forward, you got to take the positive out of it.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, even all the people that you mentioned there, right? I mean, I might be looking at it from a different point of view, but I feel like with some of these people, it's been like a one-way street where I'm having to put a lot of more effort into sustaining somewhat of a metaversal friendship.
Yeah, I agree with that too. But that's I try and exercise that as best I can. I mean, with you, like I said, Ian, Z, um, I try to keep an open line of communication, and I'm not going to root myself into anyone's side because I personally, you know, have to convey my message, my music. So for us to get along is we each have our own little niche of speciality that we're into and that we present. And for the younger or the newer channels and broadcasters, they should probably go back and really look at some of the folly that happened and learn from that so that they don't fall into that same situation and go
Mm,
through what we all had to go through. You
mm,
know, learn by example.
yeah.
And listen to the character of the you know the channel operator too. I mean, we all have some pretty strong personalities, and from what I've seen, we've come through diversity with each other and come out on the other side much better people. And I would like to see you know the smaller and more open-minded channels that are trying to follow in those that type of information would at least do the research on people who were priorly there or had some knowledge in that area, in that foreground. So, but I do agree, he probably should have reached. I didn't know he didn't reach out to you about that. But it wasn't a Steven thing, so we gotta give him bonus for that.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Of course. Fucking mental. That Steven cat is fucking hilarious. Like I could, it's crazy, right? Because I don't know whether it's weird or I should seek help. Sometimes I find myself like listening to him, but like I'm just fucking constantly laughing. Some of the stuff he says, right, it's just fucking hilarious.
It's amazing to watch him because you know the devotion that Singularity has to what he has to give across his concepts and ideals. I mean, Singularity is a unidirectional person, but he's not in a negative state trying to come across. I've kind of kept an eye on this Steven, which I don't even care to promote his channel because he is unidirectional in just absolute contempt for people, and it's amazing to watch him because I don't think he even realizes how detrimental his words are to himself. More or less attacking other people. I mean, this is it's not a good time to make enemies.
No, exactly. I agree there. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's not the full ticket, right? This is why I handle him how I handle him. You understand? I'm pretty sure he's not the full ticket. There's a few people in the community that I don't really think they're the full ticket, but I definitely think he's one of them. I ain't gonna say the other people's names, but I think he's definitely not the full ticket, if you know what I mean. That's why some of the things that he says, he just gets away with it because I know he's not all upstairs, if you know what I mean.
Right. I tried to communicate with him once, and I completely put all my defenses down and went up there with an honest, open approach, and didn't even make a dent. I mean, I was completely booted and removed by association, and I was like, damn,
Yeah. Yeah, association. That's the one. Hey, I love it when he asks, what panels do you watch? So where do you go? Like, he wants to see who you're associated with. That's fucking hilarious. He says that. What panels do you go to? Who do you know? Who do you watch?
It's pretty. I watched. I got to see the interaction that you had with him on your channel, and I know you have, like I do, you have a little fun with people every once in a while. I do musical spoofs, and kind of draw attention to a person that way. And you have your approach, which I think is comical as hell, because it's not a threatening approach. You're not taking a hostile look at anybody. You're kind of like, come on, laugh at yourself a little bit. And that's cool with me, You can put me out there in that way, and it's that as long as you're not being vindictive about it, I don't see any, never been a problem. But I was just completely blown away by the prejudgment association and immediate kind of, you became the enemy as soon as you opened your mouth. And I was like, damn, but you got further than I did. Yeah. I will say that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, look how the craziest thing about it, Sing Access, right? I would have never, ever set eyes on this guy or knew about this guy, right? If I didn't have this altercation with Bex, right? The first thing we had. That's the only reason how I came about him, because, you know, through Bex, like the discernment levels in this community with some people, right? It's very like discerning. It's very like, oh, hold on. Are you sure you're the whole ticket as well? Like, you're vouching for these people. You understand? Like, it's no fun in games, right? When you got your own monster breathing down your neck. You understand? You got your own Frankenstein breathing down your neck. Right. It's no fun in games when you got your own monster breathing on your neck, right? And I feel like people's plans backfired on them. You understand? People's plans backfired on them, and this is where we are now. Because originally, I know what the setup was. You know, get what's his name? Get Stephen to tear down London, blah 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 blah. You understand? But it's funny how the plans backfire and your monster turns on you, and that's what I want. I'll leave that right there. What's going on, Dom?
Yeah, Dom. Good to see you. Glad you made it.
Good morning, Axis. Hey, London.
How you doing, man? Morning? What?
Well, it's not morning. My apologies. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
No problem. Is that Helix? That's Helix, right?
Felix.
Is it Felix or Helix?
Felix.
Felix, sorry. Felix the cat. That's it. Felix, yes.
Yeah, I think that with some of the more prominent channels, and you know, me and Dom have been kind of examining this in the background, is I think people are tired of the looping, the lack of direction and forward movement that channels are offering. You know, kind of like a lot of channels had lost complete sight of the fact that we're supposed to be an informative group of people that at least have our shit halfway together and can deliver a message. And we kind of failed ourselves in that manner at some point. And I think the regrouping now and the realization that, you know, there is a lot to be offered here and there's a lot of energy to be shared back and forth has come back to light, and that people are going to have to either jump on the bus and get some content, move forward, or get left behind.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you got flow state blocked, have you?
No,
I
do not.
I can't even see him in the StreamYard, but when I looked down at my phone, I saw flow state down there. I was like, whoa, when did he sneak in?
I don't have nobody blocked. No one at all.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I don't do the blocking thing. You know, I'd rather deal with you another way than to block you.
Yes,
make a spectacle of you. You know,
he says Stephen has him blocked.
Oh, I see.
Stephen has me blocked also. He has me blocked also. I don't think I deserved it. I'm blocked.
I'm in that group too, and like I said, I come across as, you know, neutrally and as open as I possibly could, and you know, it didn't even budge. So I was like, you know, he's obviously caught up in his own projection of reality and truth, and maybe it's his demon that he's facing. You know, I hate to laugh at a man that's having to face his own demons and not even realize that that's what's going on. You know, that's some powerful shit to have to deal with. But we know about the.
Sorry, I'm keep going.
No, that's fine, London. I'm more here to listen to you guys and participate with you guys.
No, I was just being nosy. I was just asking who's RBR. I see Flo saying Steven's got him blocked, Paul's got him blocked, Tommy's got him blocked, OTW. But who's RBR? I don't know what RBR. Do you know RBR?
No, I certainly don't. I know, I check into flows every once in a while to see what the energy is there, and occasionally drop a comment, but definitely not blocked here by any
Okay.
kicks to the knee.
I know who he's talking now. Yeah. Hey, that was wild. I'm not sure whether you caught it the other day, but if that's the same person who I'm thinking Flo's talking about, they was having some strange convo on the panel. It sounded like they were speaking about pink dick or something like this. I was like, what the fuck? It's pink dick? Like, what the fuck are they talking about? I came to at the end of it.
Sometimes it gets a little strange in the late hours over at Flows. I've dropped in a few times and caught them in the middle of conversations that I just sat back and pondered, what in the hell, what I stepped into here. But he has the common diversified panel. He has a lot of the common panel people that come out of certain communities. But I want to stay more with the educated, the metaphysically enlightened, and the learned, as far as energy work and metaphysics go, because that's what I sway more towards. But as far as the every guy, Flow caters to the every guy well, and some of the conversations is outlandish. You can see the frustration, and sometimes it's kind of, you see him in that state of distress there, like, what the hell do I do with this?
Yeah, it's wild. I think if you're not there from the beginning at Flow's panels, you can get lost in translation. You walk in, you'd be like, pink dick? Huh? What the fuck?
Yeah, I have no idea, man. No idea. But
I love it. It's hilarious.
Even Flow offers a place for people that aren't necessarily the full blown truth or has a concept or an ideal of this is the meaning of life, or he takes a more practical approach to his panels, and I think his audience reflects that.
Yep.
I noticed he does kind of stay away from the metaphysical spiritual things, which I endeavor in completely. I watched apparently Ian, he put up an interesting post last night. Apparently he's made some breakthroughs, and I can always tell when he's itchy at the finger, getting ready to pull that trigger, because he'll put little posts up, and he gets anxious. So he's got some information to share, which I'm curious to see what he's discovered, because apparently he feels like he's broke some type of boundary or code that applies to energy and our well-being and parasitical, whether they be entities or actual, physical parasites. I'm not sure what all he's referencing, but I'm really curious as to see where he goes with that. And naturally, the AI, the holy book of the AI, got to keep up on that. So with Z, I think he did a great week of shows. I was very impressed with the hours that he chose. I think are much better hours, and I think the show was a lot more solid than the morning show. And I managed to make it through the whole week, and I was entertained. It was still, still the Z show, man. It's still good. Variety, information. You got to deal with people's identities and personas. Um, and I really appreciated that. So, like I said, there's a growth in a direction that's transpiring with these channels and platforms that is moving forward. Hopefully, they start applying a lot more content to that. And those that are still caught in that circle of redundancy, just I guess leave them there because they don't seem to be advancing. They don't seem to be moving forward in any particular manner.
Hold on. Speaking of Z, because I saw not the last stream, the one before, I think it was, but I didn't stay for the whole end of it because that excuse me, the hours, it was getting pretty late for me, so I shut off. But I was doing a rebuttal over at the rebuttal bar, right, with OTW doing their karaoke and all that crap. Hey Flo, thanks to you, bro. I covered that, Flo. Salutes to you, bro. I went and had a look at it, right? But I noticed there was a part where it looked like Snafu and all those other guys were doxing Z or something. What did I miss, right? Because it looked like they was all having a good time on Z's panel the other night, Tommy, Snafu, and whoever was up there. But then when I had a look yesterday of the rebuttal stuff that I was doing, it seemed like they were trying to dox Z or something, like putting out some business out there about he's not a doctor and showing his pictures. It's like they were doing some detective work on Z or something. Have I missed something? Did Z piss them off? What happened? What did I miss?
I know that they had a small I don't want to say altercation. It was just panel disagreement. Naturally, when you involve Snafu, Tommy, and Z, you're going to there's going to be such a disdain in energy for each other, and that started becoming prominently chaotic in the panel that he was presenting, and he kind of had to put the brakes on that. And that might have been what pissed him off, is he did put the brakes on them. He didn't allow them to take the show over and run it with their rhetoric and chaos.
Agents of chaos. I don't know. I mean, it seemed like they were trying to drag the man down. Or I don't even know why, but yeah, it seemed like they were trying to drag him down.
Well, I think they'd have a pretty tough time being able to drag Z down.
Yeah, exactly. Just doxed him like that. Crazy.
You're trying to dox him?
Yeah, they was putting like his information up there, pictures of I think his graduation from medical school or something like this. It was just, yeah, it was wild. It was wild. I couldn't believe it. You see me, right? I like to keep, even if I am gonna drag somebody, right, I keep it above the belt. You understand? In a comical way where we can all look back at it and laugh. Even the person that I'm dragging, they might even want to look at it and laugh as well. But people have a different way of dragging people out here. It's like, what the fuck are we doing to each other?
I had to learn, and like I said, I kind of learned the hard way that there's a level of kind of spoofing a person that is kind of harmless and funny. It's almost satirical, and then there's just a cutthroat way of doing it, which is it's vile, it's nasty, it's got a low energy to it, and you can just tell that it reeks of pure intent and bad intent. I'd like to think that whenever I do a little satirical song about somebody, that at least they can find some humor in it, somewhere, or something ironic about it. But some of these cats, you know, you can tell by even their channels, they don't have any real content to begin with. And what content they do have starts to run into just a continual repeating of themselves, and they have to find new victims. You know, talk about parasites. Anybody that feeds off of, you know, somebody else's misfortune, or you try and break them down using the lowest common denominator, they're a parasite.
Mm.
They take away the potential growth that, you know, people have to offer. That's why I'm hoping that what me and Dom are doing here, you know, is a step forward in the progression of people understanding energy work, metaphysics, occultism, hermetics, you know, just because I have a fundamental knowledge of it. And I'd like to share that because it's been a massive part of my life. And I'm really tired of tuning into, you know, the channels that they're detrimental to themselves. You know what's coming when they enter a panel. You know what they're about. You've heard the song a million times over.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that fascinates me about it is I know that there's a group of people that stay in the chat that kind of seek this entertainment out, this chaotic energy, because when that chaotic energy is released on a panel,
Mm-hmm.
and people are going at each other, I noticed that the numbers start to rise in the chat room.
Yeah.
And then when the chaos and the drama is over with and that energy is subsided, that number starts to go back down. So
Mm-hmm.
there is a massive audience out there for the Jerry Springer show. You know, that should have been proven with Jerry Springer.
Correct. Let me add on to that as well, please.
Yes.
Correct. Because even sometimes when we're just kicking it right over at the bar, just doing what we normally do, we might be covering some topic to do with Crater Earth or something else, right? But soon as I up the levels, if I'm like doing a social experiment or I'm talking my shit on someone, numbers would pop up, right? The numbers will jump up. But not only that, I see people that will come over, but they're not even subbed. It's like they're just wandering around. Because I know who subbed. I'll go and have a look to see who subbed. And I'm like, all right, cool, that person subbed. That person riding with me, salutes to that, big up. You understand? And I see who's not. I'm like, all right, cool, that person's just, you know, just riding the wave, whatever. But the ones that just, you know, pop in from time to time, it's like they're just trying their luck. You know, just trying their luck. Trying their luck. Because it's weird. I mean, even in like, as much as some people think, you know, the chat room can be chaotic, people on the panels chaotic, even when people are in the back room as well, the stuff that I see people put down in the back chat, it's like, what the fuck? Okay, snapshot. I've got a few things snapshot from the back chat with certain people, you know, going at it with each other, you know, racial slurs and shit. I'm like, all right, this is why I definitely keep my distance from people. But,
I see. So they kind of reveal themselves behind the scenes whenever they're
yes,
in waiting to come up on that. See, I
yes.
don't. It stays so calm over here, you know, that I don't, you know, hopefully I don't ever get to that point where I have to deal with, you know, having to dismiss people before they even reach it to the panel, because that's not what I want to cater to. And I'm sure that, you know, for the numbers, like we said, there's that group that would feed on that and be drawn to that. But I don't think I want to cater to them either. You know, I'd rather they just go find their entertainment somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just, you know, that's just me. If I've got a spoof song, I'll put it on my channel and let people come to it, you know, as they please. I'm not gonna, you know, I don't ever play any of my spoofs about anybody on Rattblood radio. You know, I don't promote that.
Mm-hmm. I hear you there. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep promoting my shit. I got so much stuff that I wanted to add on to part 10. You know the craziest thing? I was actually gonna go live today, right? But I thought I was in two minds. I was like, if no one's live, I'm gonna go live. If there's people live, that means I'm gonna have a chill out. When I hit the internet, I saw you was live, and I saw Voy was live. But I saw Voy had at least 20 odd people, and I saw you had about 3 or 4. I said, yeah, I'm coming over here. I'm coming over here.
I appreciate that, London. I really do. You know, it's always a pleasure having you here, especially Pam, Dean, and you know, I consider we got the cream of the crop. You know, the true thinkers.
No, you didn't. Oh my gosh, no
Well,
way.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
mean, anybody that's going to listen to my rhetoric or even have an approach with me or a rapport with me is either a free thinker or they just got lost somewhere along the way. So apparently, you guys know why you're here. You've got enough confidence to even be here and hold your ground, hold your position, have a message, have something discernible to say. You know, so that to me is the power of a stream. And there's some really good characters here. I stand on that.
Mm-hmm. Definite. Hey, that is how I feel with my chat room when I go live. Like, just the people that come through for me, it's the same people, and I know their energy. I know their energy. I know what they're coming with. So it's like, yeah, I feel good right here. It's just good people around me, you know. I don't care whether it's like 10 or 6 or 15, you know, as long as it's those solid people that I see coming in every day or every time when I go live. If the numbers grow beyond that, then so be it, you know. But as long as I got like my hardcore foundation of people that understand my work,
Right.
people that come through, they understand it. You understand? Some people that just come through here and there, they're like, "What's that? What does that mean? What are you showing? What's that connected to?" Fucking hell. We're up to part 10 and you lot still asking questions.
They, they're not going to do their research. Most people that tune into these channels take face value, whatever, whatever the topic is at that time, and they'll move forward from that point on, not realizing that generally with most of these channels there's a backstory and there's a lot of ground that was covered for that particular content creator or host to come to that point. And to jump into anyone's panel that, or even the chat, that they've had an established channel for a while, there's going to be some history there that everyone should probably familiarize themselves with before they jump in and start taking the stick, poking people and prodding. Because, I know for me, it's been a long journey. And, I talk a lot behind the scenes with Dom because me and Dom, we can feel a conversation. We don't just have a conversation. There's an energy exchange in our conversation. And it's rare to find that. And I think that, as far as what I'm able to work with Dom alone should be brought to light and should be brought to panel, because that energy, if I'm feeling it, can be expanded. Just like Pam just said, and you just said, you can feel the energy of the chat, you can feel the energy of the panel, and it will resonate with you. And especially if you've been a host long enough, you get what do they call that? A feel for the room.
Yeah.
And I think, me and Dom both this week had come to the point where we were like, let's just kind of focus on the structure and the energy and the message, because my observation, and it was kind of it was kind of synchronistic with his. At the exact same time, we were both like, "Nah, now there's got to be something better."
Mhm. Yeah. It's all about who you vibe with, man. Who you can bounce back and forth with, exchange flow of energy. So yeah, I'm definitely down with that. That is how I feel like with my man Tony Taylor. I know what energy he's coming with. He knows where I'm at in my journey, and the exchange is just always on point.
I like Tony Taylor. I really do. He's a very educated, very broad-minded individual, and
Mhm.
it's always a pleasure when I see him up on the platform, especially on open panel. I think that some people are being overlooked that have a great message and great
Mhm.
insight,
Mhm.
and I catch them, in chat, and sometimes occasionally on panel, and they're kind of being dismissed in a way that I'm thinking, that's some pretty valuable information this cat's throwing out there, and I don't understand the dismissiveness of it, because if you are an educated person of any type of spiritual nature, all the way to just practical education, you're going to understand there's value in what's being said.
Mhm.
And to dismiss that, you either got your own agenda or you just aren't quite evolved to that point yet.
Mhm.
I always said we're all transmitters and receivers. And some of us are more receiver, some of us are more transmitters, but it is all a system of energy exchange. Once you apply energy to anything, you're either going to be receptive to it or you're going to transmit it. And to be receptive to a more broad spectrum of concepts, ideals, and the perspective outlook of someone that may be more understanding about something is a part of spiritual and energetic growth.
Mhm. Oh, sound like
Wow.
Dominic's walking up.
I've been walking for a while. So
That's
meta,
pretty intense.
beyond the physical, beyond the material, beyond what's called evil.
What you got going on there, Dom?
I was just posting some clever.
You're echoing or feedback.
Yeah, you got.
Echoing.
It's more like static feed. Oh,
Okay. What about now, guys?
Wow,
Can you hear
man.
me now? Yes. No.
Yeah, but you got a lot of interference going on, Dom.
Oh.
You got a new set. Hold on. Maybe it's cleared up.
cleared up now. I think it's cleared up.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
You sounding echoey though. Are you in the basement? Everyone seems to be in the basement nowadays.
No. I'm my own little trap, little cage.
Okay.
Is this still echoing, guys?
No, not anymore.
Okay. I had these other headphones I hadn't used before. Okay. So, like the word metaphysical, meta, beyond, physical, matter, evil. What is beyond the physical? Now we're talking energy. Do we see air? No. Do we see thoughts? No. Do we see the spoken words that we describe things? No. So that might be called beyond, spiritual.
Some like the descriptive, the wording that I gave to you the other day on the phone was, when we look at our existence here, kind of like being the reflection on water, and anytime that water is disrupted, whether it be by air or material matter, the thoughts are doing the same thing. They're creating a wave of energy that will affect the reflected image that you are. It may not necessarily affect the conscious observer in the same way, but it does affect the receiver, which is part of the physical body. Once you get in touch with that receiver, I think that at that point in time, you're able to, like a radio, adjust your bandwidth and tune in to different frequencies, up and down the spectrum. And you can almost, like a remote viewer, hone in and visualize or even feel the words or the power or the intent behind what the person is saying and what they're projecting. So yeah, it's even over Wi-Fi and these panels, I've noticed that there's a heavy exchange of energy.
Yeah, so then we have words like, are we experiencing thoughts, or are they our thoughts? Again, those are play on words, but again, that's how you receive or project these things. You know, when I hear somebody say it's my body, I said, okay, so who's speaking at that point? You know, and this is where all the indoctrination comes in. Language just kind of gives the way, whether spoken or the written version, which is kind of a more of a lower energy kind of version. You know, this is where people use the word fact. So what is a fact? I write something down. Did I actually literally experience it? No. Did I observe it? No. So then it's just written information. You know, and this is where people use word. The word act gives it away when you have the word fact. You know, it's an act of some sort, but did you do it? You know, and then when we read this stuff, when we regurgitate it and we read it, should we be reading it from left to right, right to left? Should we be reading it in English form? You know, like, again, we have different symbols to describe things. Again, this is this energy again. You know, this is where we get entangled within the emotion and mental planes. The physical, it's a linear experience. Once you realize you're living in an objective realm, as I'm using words to describe it, you realize you're going to give words to it. A tree, a green tree, a sequoia tree, all of those words within the sounds in them are experiences. But somebody will say, but I see the tree. I said, you don't see the word. Hence the word.
Right. You see the projected image from the mind as best that you can interpret.
Yes. And then you can actually double check that by saying, well, you can describe it in different languages, whether it's Hebrew, Mandarin, Sanskrit, you can even draw it down or whatever, but it's not there. We're always looking at through these very narrow views, such as our eyes. Again, it's tough for a lot of people to become aware, because what they call awareness is this an awakening of something. Oh, so then I actually don't see the words that I describe things. No, and when you describe it for your avatar, somebody else is receiving it through thoughts. Now, where is it stored? This is where people entertain the idea of blood. Is blood actually memory, like water? You know.
Well, I know, the research that's been presented. I try not. I've been really critiquing myself on speaking of just kind of speculation. I prefer that I've experienced it, or at least been a part of it, before I'm going to fully go engaging on it in conversation, which is the 100% law that I'll discuss here after a bit. I've been through it a little bit with you, Dom. Just lost my train of thought on the 100%. Maybe I should go ahead and discuss that. Anytime that I've done anything in metaphysics, I've always tried to apply as much of myself to it as I possibly could. Whether it be a summoning, projected energy work, or even influencing the field, the more of me that I envelop into it, the better, the stronger the outcome. And here recently, I've been kind of weeding away things that are half developed within me that I don't have full comprehension of. I wasn't there. I didn't experience it. So therefore, it's just kind of an observed speculation, my interpretation. But I found that whenever I was applying myself to things that I do metaphysically, I engulf my entire being into this, and I become that energy. I become that state of being. I become that, you know, interlaced with whatever I'm summoning or whatever I'm projecting. And I give myself over to that 100% because it's a part of me. And if you're going to do anything and you're going to do it with complete diligency, I think that it requires 100% of your being. If it's worth doing, then do it right. Should I drop the mic on that one? Or exit stage left?
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. I heard something about drop the mic.
Oh, I was just explaining that, you know, kind of like you do with your research, or I do with you know, summoning or projecting influence. If you're going to do it, and embody it 100%, and if you haven't actually lived it or experienced it, then it's just observed speculation. And I'm trying to get away from observed speculation. I want to be able to speak wholly and truly on what information I'm giving across. Individual learning is one thing, but when you're sharing somebody else's information that you've taken on as indoctrination or truth, then you better hope that that person was well founded in what they're presenting, or you're basically spreading misinformation or a lie. So I found that the less speculation that I have myself involved in, the more focused my mind is on things that I am 100% involved in, and that I am allowing myself to put energy into, so that nothing I do is going to be kind of half-assed or even, you know, just speculatory observation that I'm passing on. And I think that a lot of creators and content creators really need to examine that point of speculation and actual lived experience.
Yeah, but I mean, it kind of all depends down. Sorry, it comes down to what type of content creator it is, what type of information they're bringing.
Right. Which, you know, even with your research, I mean, you know, you're allowing people to determine for themselves what you're bringing across. You're not trying to shove it down their throat as, you know, this is definitive, this is cut in stone, this is the be all end all, because I researched it. No, you're putting out the possibility for people to be able to broaden their perspective on it. And if somebody was to start sharing your information as the God-given truth, I would have to start questioning at that point in time, if you can understand that.
Of course.
So, you know, if you're allowing people the space to have their own interpretation and thought of it for themselves, that's fine. That's like reading a book or maybe watching an informative video. But the minute that you try and carve it into stone as being a fact, well, you might want to consider that somebody may take you really serious and start spreading it as the gospel. which is
Mhm.
even more transmitting and receiving of somebody's ideals, which are energies, concepts, thoughts, speech form.
So let me ask you this though, on a different note, what you just said there, right? Like it's the gospel, right? Is there anything out there that you would consider quote unquote the gospel, like the ultimate truth?
The relevancy of myself. I am relevant to me. Now, how relevant I am to anyone else is just speculation. But whenever I wake up, like from a deep sleep, I become consciously relevant to myself on this plane of existence. When I'm asleep, I'm consciously relevant to myself in the ethereal, or the dream state of mind. Or if I'm doing work outside of the body, then I'm aware of myself and relevant to me in an astral situation. I'm the experiencer, the solo experiencer. There's nobody in here with me that's taking this ride. Maybe a couple extra personalities, but they're always there.
Let me touch on that real
But
quick as well. Actually.
yes,
I mean, that's going back to what we was just talking about speculating and all types of how would you call it? Understandings to some degree, right? But just say like you see like how you was talking about the astral projection and stuff like that, right? Do you think you think when you're doing that type of projection, right? Do you think there's things you're actually unlocking? Like, do you think you're finding truths within that realm and bringing them into this realm? Like, let me put it this way. You see, like, there is a lot of people in this world, right? They never get the chance to travel. They've got no, how would you call it, passport. They're just grounded wherever they are, right? But they're wise enough to know somewhat of the truth. You understand? It's like even my grandparents and people that lived on your land before yourself, they probably didn't travel nowhere, but they knew the truth.
and I agree with that, because here's the thing, London, is I know my experience. I know my relativity to myself. As far as what I've learned, I've been fortunate. I've been able to go through many stages and different modes of life, and even outside of that. But those are my learned experiences. Those are things that helped create me to become the best, transmitter or receiver of the information that I have. And I use information from these, whether it be astral or ethereal or even prime material. These are tools. Information is like a tool to me. Knowledge is like a tool. And if you have a well-rounded tool belt, then you're able to go into different arenas. They're solo endeavors. They're your experiences, and the more tools that you have, the better your ability to evade that experience or even experience it in its fullness for yourself. But once you start trying to descript that to somebody else, then it's just speculation for them. They did not live that. Only you did. They did not experience that. Only you did. Now, you may have relevancy to learned or shared experiences, but in reality, this is a solo endeavor. Life is a solo endeavor.
Yeah.
So the best that you can hope for is that maybe you don't wake up in a little pod attached to a machine and you find out that everything that you lived from the time you were born to the moment that you found out you were in a little pod being fed information, it becomes a reality. And then you realize that nothing was real. It was just a system to keep the brain active and functional so that it didn't stagnate or become dormant while whatever was feeding on your energy, your blood, your maybe, parasitically attached to you for some other reason, energy, you know.
Hmm.
Fact is, it's a solo endeavor.
So at that point, Axis, because I know some people want to experience it differently. What is the experience entertaining?
Well, I think it's a type of self-fulfillment. Most people, if you ask them, no matter whether they've made it to a successful place and they have lots of money, they still become jaded and disappointed. They're still seeking. To the person that's impoverished and wants more, they're still searching, they're still seeking. And at any point, if they were to stop that life experience and the living of life as the experience, I see dormancy. I almost a catatonic state of existence, zombie-like. I think that you become virtually instinctively primal, or possibly become susceptible to decay, physical decay, because of the mind not being fed, the mind not being exercised to promote the physical, to give that particular burst of chemicals throughout the body, endorphins, adrenaline, whatever the stimulant may be that the mind is pushing off. It's those experiences that allow the brain to exercise itself. And then the more that you learn and the more that you broaden yourself to learning, the more exercise and the more stretching that the brain is capable of doing.
The reason I ask that is because more times than not, people, when they're experiencing, they're entertaining the senses. The observer is always observing. So now, not everybody's going to, all billions, I'm not even going to talk about how many billions of humans are here, are actually going to experience putting their hands on the stove. Wisdom comes from observation. Now, where the lie comes is the attachments to the senses. The concept of truth, which is its own energy, is to break you free from that. And then you help your fellow beings realize you're going to be attached to things, your senses. And all senses can easily be misled. So again, most people aren't going to grasp the idea that they don't see when they say the word tree or grass or sky or sun. Now, some people will argue with each other because they think that their senses, their views are debatable. How does somebody actually see through somebody else's eyes the sun? And even that, what would we be agreeing or disagreeing with? The language, the sound, the frequency? That's all indoctrination once again. Now, most people aren't going to grasp that. They're going to get caught up in their color of their skin, their genders. Those are all the body senses. But the observer is always observing, so then a wise person has to become a diabetic first, or the person says, what did you do or not do so I can observe how to behave? The word be plays a major role. We're human beings. The being part is more important than the human part, especially when we realize, unless we know a couple of humans that have lived for thousands of years, it's a perishable vessel. Beautiful as it is, it's kind of like talking to Siri and say, listen, Siri, are you the computer? No, you're not. Siri, are you the program? Yes. Are you the Wi-Fi? No, I'm not. We have so much energy going on here. People like to say the word truth, but they don't grasp it. It's an energy that you'll experience. Same with the word love. What is love? I could coin it as air. It's given to everybody. Everybody. This is why when people say nonsense, does it matter? These are words that something within you is always trying to communicate because the observer is always there. The ongoing program called the self, and most people are going to serve the self. They're going to serve the program. They're not actually realize there's another program running that's functioning the vessel when we're communicating with each other. When you go to sleep, or you get that extra strength because your children are going to be violated in some way and you didn't realize where that strength came from, or you're going to lift a car to help a human being's leg be removed. There's so much that we still haven't tapped into as a collective. Individually, there's people that understand the sun and the moon where it needs to be. They understand how the alchemy of language came to be, let alone how to use it and call it black or white magic. So anyway, I went on. So I'm just going to go back into mute again.
No, Dom, I think that you're delivering something that people need to observe. Is I think people get lost in communication with others, and they lose sight of the fact that, life is a solo endeavor. Though you're interacting and participating on some level with other beings and entities or humans, the reality is it's a solo adventure. It's a solo endeavor, and no one's going to experience it like you. You're going to have your own individual experience with it. And if you want to feed the senses, and that's the sum and total of your existence, is to just, stimulate the senses, taste, touch, smell, whatever it may be, then that'll be the sum and total of you. And that's your endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
Whether, and then you have others that seek less tangible understandings and learnings. But even at that, there comes a point where you start to lose. You either come to terms with the fact that you're alone, and there are certain things that you've experienced in your existence that nobody else is ever going to relate to or understand, no matter how hard you try and get it across to them. It's just not conceivable because it's not written in the language. These are not experiences that are common. They're so uncommon that they're rarely spoke of unless you get into mystery school teachings and the Kabbalah and ancient serpent wisdom. So you got to understand that at a certain pinnacle, you're going to be alone, and you're going to have to come to terms with that aloneness. And whenever you come to terms with that is when you realize that, I've endeavored this alone, as crowded as I felt at times, and as surrounded as I felt, I was actually there by myself.
True. The self, the program is alone, the self. Know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? But on the other level, when you start playing music, everybody, that unknown part's in harmony with each other. That's the observer again. So it's one of those things, Axe, as I get it. For most people, that's why we have things called programs. The senses are meant to be programmed. That's why we have things like TV, radio. All these are programs. And now I usually question my buddies when I say, are you teachable? Not to say I'm their teacher, but are you teachable? Most people are going to be led by their masculine energy. So again, they're going to program. Language is a program. How many people are going to be teachable to learn a different language and understand the energy behind it? That energy is always in harmony, but of course it looks like it's chaos, but it isn't. Because we're down to a limited energy source, the physical. Of course, scientists are going to break it down. They're going to see molecules and all that. But what's the other outer body energies that we have surrounding us? Again, it goes back to, we don't see air. We see its effects. The ideal of saying cause and effect is kind of short-sighted. It's usually the effect and side effects. You'll see a leaf moving only because you describe some object to another object. Movement of the body does not mean that's life. Life is around us. We're constantly in life. Hence why we use words like afterlife. But again, this is where the experiencer opposed to the observer. Why do people are fascinated watching a baseball game if they're so much value to have experienced it? And then therefore everybody should be on the field then. They're not. That's why TVs are so enticing, or radio. We are the observer. Some of us have come down here and have an experience. Not to say, well, we're not going to experience everything while we're here. Not in one lifespan, anyway.
No, it would be ridiculous to think that within a matter of 100 or so years that you could take that much information in and be able to live it. That's
You'd be a
where
unicorn. You'd be a unicorn at that point.
pretty much.
They
I
either
mean,
would,
as
they
much
would
as
hang you on a cross, or they would actually put you on some sort of behind some pedestal or something. Either way, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, you would become deified, just because of your oddity. You know, if people seem to deformity as divinity, then there would be many gods and many divine people. But you know, Nietzsche, whenever he said that all great things must first wear a horrible and terrifying face, you know, I hold that to be relevant because people are afraid of the unknown. And on an individual observer level, if let's say I'm just the observer and I'm experiencing something that I haven't ever encountered before, my approach is either going to be an accepting one of an understanding mind, or it's going to recoil and it's going to immediately, we'll use the word, demonize it. And when you're in a physical situation, whether it be losing your virginity or whether it be a severe, brutal beating, there's still that individual interpretation that you're the solo experiencer.
Mm-hmm. You could try.
The
We'll try to describe it, but once again, like I don't wish this upon anybody, but somebody's fingers gets cut off. You'll see initially they'll be in a lot of pain. You wait long enough, they'll start doing a kind of bartering and like, why the fuck would you do this shit, this and that? I said, well, then if you're in so much pain, then why are you going on with something else? Again, we don't realize how much we're actually not the body, let alone are we the thoughts. We're experiencing those things, but most people become attached to it. Dare not go without eating for a long period of time, or ponder where did language come from, especially if you start counting all the words you learned in one lifespan at school and say, well, then how do I have 1,000,000 words when I've only learned 1,000 of them during school? Because there's an ongoing energy that's surrounding us on a regular basis. The senses can only pick up so much. So now we have to play with the ideal of philosophy, wisdom, and understanding, because knowledge is just a child. To understand numbers is one thing. Actually, not even understand numbers, to know of numbers, but then understand it, let alone have the wisdom to discern the difference. Most people do nothing but judge with their likes and dislikes. That's a common theme for most people. I even do it too. But the thing is, but where's discernment in all that? Because what applies now might not apply tomorrow. You'll hear people's speech, right or wrong, agreeing or disagreeing, self-love opposed to loving the self, self-aware opposed to aware of the self. Why would I allow my program to lead? I get it. I have to use language to communicate with other people, but why would I allow it to lead? That's like having the child running the house. And for most people, their child is running their house. They're not ever challenged that from within. People gladly challenge others, which is a waste of energy, by the way. Challenge oneself. How does the self really work? Give it a good beating. Am I the color of my skin? No, you're not. Am I the gender? No, you're not. Because if you are, then you should be able to explain how the fuck you came to be outside of pointing to a womb. And that's why we have entry points. And people say that's why we have astrology and all that. Because why? Because I was in the womb for 9 months? I don't think so. But then again, that's me playing with ideals or possibilities that we've shared before, Axis, where other people know they want facts. I'm like, okay, so yesterday's news is what today? And did you experience it? Did you observe it? No. That's why all these written works, exactly what they are, written works. Who knows what these particular individuals went through to be able to download that information? But for the masses, they'll read the book from left to right, not having a fucking clue what it's actually supposed to do for them, let alone for others. But they'll quote it like a parrot. Go to Home Depot, talk to somebody where the bolts are located. Next thing you know, they'll tell you what aisle it is and what section it is. That's a program. Dare not ask them, how do bolts come to be? Who gave us the language to describe that thing? Oh, I don't know that. I said, bingo. But let's say you did know that. Where would you apply wisdom and understanding to that information? Dare not understand the tree of life opposed to the tree of knowledge of good and evil. By the way, good and evil, spiritual material. Again,
Right.
people get caught up in their likes and dislikes. Well, it's a bad thing. Okay, if you think it's a bad thing, then you're going to limit your directions. Sorry, guys.
And they do bridle themselves. I mean, and a lot of that's through learned behavior, indoctrination. You know, fortunately for me, I was released to that at a very, very young age. And sometimes it's a curse, and sometimes, you know, it's a gift. It was like the discovery that language, take the English language. I've watched people pull the metaphysics out of the English language with wordsmithing. But what people aren't really seeing, the obvious is words are like math. You know, if you put one and one plus one, you get two. Well, if you speak a certain sentence and it's understood, then the answer will be the derivative of that sentence. It's like structuring. You're building. You're building relevancy. So either one and one make two, and the sentence you just said has factual relevancy, or one and one make three, and your sentence has no factual relevancy because the conclusion of it was not a balanced derivative. It didn't have any substance to it. But that's a singular look through observation. You know, I now watch what I say and when I say it, because I understand that I'm mathematically, with the English language, creating an equation, and at the end of that equation is going to be a result. And whether that result is a true result or a fictional or unfactual result determines and the relevancy and the learned lived experience that has been applied to it. That's why, you know, I'm trying to stay away from speculation and trying to bring it down to the relevancy of the moment, the relevancy of a structured sentence to create a derivative or an equation that comes out with a factual and balanced answer. Same with math. But I also see, you know, I have a relevancy to. I used to look at the human body and its form and function and compared it to mechanics,
Mm-hmm.
car, motorcycle, such forth. Now that we've reached a new point in technology and, you know, the advancement of our civilization with technology, I see the human body much more like a computer.
There you
And
go.
I'm also much more aware of the application of us being individual programs working in a construct, you know, a constant. And we are just carriers of information, the persistent, which is working on this constant. And once I come to that understanding and realize that, you know, there's so much relevancy between the workings of the human, the mind, and the body, and a computer, from all the way from information to computer language to spoken language to thermodynamics to entropy. You know, there's so much relevancy between the two that, you know, if you gave a computer uh, a self-recognition, kind of a conscious observer aspect, and a functioning biological system, it's not much different than a human. When they said that they could hack the human body and hack the human mind, and that was a factual statement, as best I can tell, that let me even more see the relevancy of how we, as biological computers, are relative to the nature of our environment, such as a computer is relevant to the nature of advanced equation thinking. Even the realm of art now, you've got well, it's machine learning, but they call it AI. People who are putting this information into this computer from all over the world, and then one single person comes up and asks for a song with these dimensions, and this computer is spitting out what would be considered the entire knowledge of its database, which is the entire world and the internet over the past however many years that they've been feeding this thing. That's what you're getting. It's not the computer, it's not the AI, it's just a relevancy to what you've applied to it coming back at you, whether it be through song or image, and now obviously they're using information. And we're not much different. The artist, the mathematician, the philosopher. It's all a sum and total of learned experience and knowledge from your beginning until your either inevitable end or continualization of energy in some other form.
If I can share access, there's stories of characters, whether it's Jesus, Muhammad, Joan of Arc, Anne Frank, Socrates. When it's written in the written form, it's limited to the hemispheres, because you're not going to hear in the story of Jesus what's his description of when he tasted an apple, or when he saw many different sunsets, or somebody seeing the first delivery of their child. It's very limited. So that information is very left hemisphere and right hemisphere, opposed to inwards. So now, when you were talking earlier about speculate, I get people want to play the answer and question game, but the word information gives it away. Information. We have many receivers in the body, and it's not just about the left and right hemisphere or the heart where the blood flows, which is memory. There's also the midbrain where insight, intuitive is. So for some people, if it was meant to be inspired, to be spoken or written, regardless of how it gets misplaced, miswritten, through inspiration, you should be able to grasp that information. Hence why everything's written from within already. Hence the student-teacher relationship from within. Now I get it. The speculation part is mostly for hemisphere. The scholars, the scribes. You could tell a scholar quite easily because they're bookworms, which is fine. And that's a great way to approach things, but it's also very limiting. It's like belief systems and knowledge. They both have value, but they can also be very limiting. So if a person wants to speculate because somebody gives them a question, therefore they think there might be an answer. It's kind of like sports. There has to be an outcome. Opposed to just observe it for what it is. Participate in the game, but don't feel as though you need to actually have a winner or loser. That's called a gentleman's game now. The outcome, you'll deal with it when it comes. But for most people, they want to control. Dare not ask them. So then who runs your body when you go to sleep? What do you mean? Because if you're thinking you're controlling your vessel, then you should always keep one eye open. Dare not become aware of that. Because then if you do become aware of it, then you'll realize all the fucking lies you've been giving to yourself. It's not about blaming your parents, not about blaming the elites. It's about how you've been misleading oneself.
Which we got into the discussion of government the other day with some people having such a negative disposition with government, which, and this particular day and age, there is turbulence there. But the system that is laid out in front of you with survival, day-to-day survival in the arena of being under a governed society is kind of a being able to survive in that environment. If you're completely resistant of it, then you're probably not going to survive very well in that environment. But if you adapt yourself to being able to survive that, not saying agree with it, not saying even get along with it, but adapt yourself to be able to survive and thrive in that environment is much more valuable than the complaint against the system.
Well, this goes to access, when they talk about old stories, the angels, would they rather serve in heaven or rule on earth? Most humans are confused, because they want to be served, but yet they resent the rulers of this realm. So either you have to make a choice. Either you want to rule or you want to serve. And if you want to rule, technically you got to be the bigger server. Hence, when people want to be in that position of king, be prepared to be the biggest ruler. Unfortunately, most people, what they are, they're just spoiled, disobedience, worrying about written works, and say, well, I don't agree with the system. Oh, okay. Do you understand the system first and foremost? Well, not really. So you're going to go halfway into the movie and leave quarter way before it ends, and you're just going to assume how the story is. There's your speculation on most people.
Right.
Again, dare not them question themselves. Question the self. Rip a fucking new hole in that self. Go in your little closet. Do a little meditation. Focus on the breath. Don't hear all that noise. And then realize, holy fuck, I've been playing a game with myself unaware. But I get it. Most people, they already know what they want. So then why ask questions? That's a clever person at that point. They went from smart to being clever, ignoring being wise. Because if you already know your answers, then why the fuck are you playing that game with other people? Now, I just said in a very harsh tone. I say in a harsh tone because they don't realize how many walls they've already built between themselves and others. I don't ask people questions if I already know what my response is and how I'm going to lead. But I'll give possibilities. Go ahead.
It's just like I said to you, and Alchemist said here is Occam's razor, man. It's usually the simplest and the most profound that is the answer. I think I gave you a couple different examples. One was, who gets away with murder? Those that get away with murder. Who gets away with being a thief? Those who get away with being a thief. If you apply anything else to it, then they're probably going to wind up behind bars or get caught for stealing. But it's that lack of I guess, analyzation and just the complete fact that it was, it is, and it did move on. You're not dredging that energy back up. You're not being a slave to that particular energy. I know those are pretty extreme forms to take, because murder and thievery, but those are pretty profound things in our society. And there are people that get away with it. And there are those that have gotten away with it. But you won't ever know that.
A lot of people get paid to encourage it too. Think about wars. Now I get it. People might turn around and not agree with it. Well, I don't agree with war or pharmaceutical. I said, but people are getting paid. That's when we become disheveled and we get in our comforts. Well, I need money. I'm not here. No, you don't fucking need money. You might get your needs and wants fulfilled by having that piece of paper. But if you actually have resources, knowing how to, grow crops, maybe raise animals, then that's a different game. But most of us have been disheveled, and we could blame our forefathers, but that doesn't serve. It doesn't, it's always that question I always ask myself: how does that serve? Whether it serve the self, serve me, serve others. How does it serve?
I understand that because I use information as tools. I try and utilize learned knowledge and experiences tools for survival, environmental survival, because that's what I'm subjected to. No matter where my mind is, it's probably going to be attached to my body in some way, and my body's going to be subjected to an environment. Now, that's when the mind, the body, and the environment need to find a rhythm, a system that is functional. Or otherwise you're going to be grating against the gears, and you're probably going to become something's prey, or someone's victim.
Yeah, and again, this is where, to tie in a little bit, this is where it's metaphysical, beyond the physical, where it's the mental and emotional planes. I get when people say, like, you're in your feelers. No, my question is, are they developed? Same with your mental mind. Because really, the physical body, you don't read the Bible or the Quran for the benefit of the body. You read it for the mind and the emotion. The body, in an indirect way, benefits from it because you're here to experience whatever you want to call it an experience. But the observer is always here and saying, okay, so what are you going to get from reading a book from left to right, English form or Hebrew? What most people end up doing, they start splitting the egg in half. Well, it's better to read in Hebrew. Who the fuck gives a shit how you read it? What's the information you get from it? What's the teachings? I don't give a shit if a guy named Jesus ever existed or didn't. What's the teachings? I can't apply discernment to a guy named Jesus or Muhammad or Socrates or Joan of Arc or Hitler. I can only apply to whatever's either written or spoken. And since I've never met an immortal being and I can't have it through the spoken word, then I have to take it in a dumbed down version, either the written, or I go into my state of meditation and then download that information, because the mind always has all that information. And I'm not talking about the brain. I'm talking about the mind,
Right.
man. That's energy now. And people want to know what the truth is. It's energy. You want to know what love is? It's energy. You want to know what air is? Energy. Now, I'm using a word to describe it. Again, it's one of those things you're using a word to describe the undescribable. But people first have to become aware of that. Now, this is overgeneralizing because there could be millions of people. But when it comes to the masses, the majority of them, no, most people are asleep. I'm asleep in certain areas of my life. So anybody that thinks that they're awake, they're full of fucking shit. Now, the thing is, plant that seed, you do need shit. So take whatever you want and fertilize it. Anyway, I went on again. Sorry, guys.
No, that's fine, Dom. That's what we're here for. That's what we're all about. London, you've been kind of quiet, man. What's your outtake on this?
No, I'm loving what Dom's saying. He's touching some good points. Definitely. I liked what he said about, what can you get out from reading these books? It doesn't matter what language you read it in. It's just, what is the outcome? What is the knowledge that's been taught to you? And like he said, the even though it's in the mental, but at the same time, it benefits the physical also. So yeah, I'm definitely on board with that. I concur with that.
That's my take on it. Is knowledge. It's a tool. Once you apply energy to something that's learned and you utilize it, then yeah, it definitely touches the physical. Whether it's how to use a weapon for hunting or defense, that learned knowledge of that weapon and the utilization of it for a practical purpose builds a system, a harmonious system. You can feed yourself, you can protect yourself, but it took the information of the concept before you could even develop it to something that become useful. You had to interpret it to become something that was relevant and had substantial practical purpose within the program.
Again, knowledge is the child. And then you have to apply wisdom to it, discernment. So what purpose does it have to become aware that humans are poor, let alone people who are rich? So how do I discern the difference if we have a tank now? Again, knowledge is very limiting. It has its value, and people say, okay, I know language now. I say, okay, so now discern. What am I going to do with it? How am I going to apply it? And you should reevaluate. It's like a business plan. You're going to talk like economically. You should be able to review it, and you should be able to take it from any part of the picture and observe it. But unfortunately, for most of us, we've been taught very linear information, opposed to, cognitive dissonance kind of ideal, two ideals. Fuck, you should be able to entertain 40 or 50 ideals.
Right. And if I can build on that for a second, and this will probably be very insultive to, a lot of content and hosts, is once you stop being able to utilize information as a tool and share that information so that someone else can utilize it in some of the similar ways that you do to be able to survive their environment, they start to regress and they no longer are producing anything that is relevant that you could put to task in your everyday survival. And I think that's where a lot of the looping comes in, then the emotions come in, then the primal state of mind, that lower level thinking starts becoming dominant in their approach. And they lose themselves in the fact that the form and the function, state of the art, state of the mind, has reached a certain pinnacle with them. And instead of broadening to endeavor, they kind of regress just to sustain.
I'll give you a prime example. The glass half full, half empty. Let me replace it. Flat Earth globalist. Here I am, chilling with London and you, Axis. We're looking at it. I said, guys, let's use our easy misled senses. What do you see down here that you don't see up there? Well, I don't see any trees up there. Okay. Any of you guys ever been there up high enough? No. So we don't have any clear-cut answers, do we? Yes. So then why the fuck are these guys going around saying, I can prove flat Earth? Flat Earth just means dry land. Now, I see two spheres up there. I won't deny it. Now, my question is, I might assume that those are material. Are those images? Because then we have to talk about what people talk about, theory of gravity. I would lean towards magnetic, as above, so below kind of ideal. But then again, a person would have to gather that information and then maybe, and only then, maybe assess it. But I get it. Oh, well, they're telling us all these different numbers. I said, okay, NASA, never a straight answer. They're not telling you a lie. They're just never telling you a straight answer. Now, if somebody turned around and said, Don, but I've been high enough. I said, well, then it'd be like you talking to an alien. You're a unicorn to me. How many books are you going to have to write to convince the rest of us? This goes back to observation or experiencing. And unless somebody's actually talking about flat Earth and they say, listen, I've done both. How would you explain to the rest of us? Outside of that, it's once again more dogma, belief systems.
Right. That's why I said to London, I enjoy his take on things, and I also enjoy the aesthetic warrior's take on things, and the globalists, their take on things. It's only because I have not been there to see it for myself. I haven't touched the sun, I haven't touched the moon, and I haven't been up high enough to know whether we're living on a triangle or a square. I don't know. But to endeavor into these things with just the broadening of your horizon for possibility, I can accept that. And I find no qualms and arguments there. But the minute that it's kind of forced on you like an indoctrinated religion, and like I said to London, if somebody was to take his information and start a channel and say that this is fact, we live on a projected crater from the moon, and this is where I got my information. He did his research, and this is fact. So now follow my channel because what I'm telling you is factual. So that's when I start disagreeing.
At that point, it's telephone, because I would have to say, okay, so let's play this game of fact. Who's the person that's experienced it or observed it? I want a name. I want to see this person because I want to see if he's trustworthy. Writing something down is not what people, as much as they want to say it's fact, it's written fucking information. That's all it is. Now, the person that might have wrote it down might have been the person also that experienced it. Where is he? So where's the guy that wrote the story about Jesus? Where is he? Where's the guy that wrote about Socrates? Where is he? So now we're playing telephone game with written work. That is the dumbed down fucking brain. Now, until people are willing to call themselves full of fucking shit, then they're lying to themselves. Don't worry about fucking serving the truth. You're serving the self. No, but NASA, yeah, again, it's not about knowing others, it's about knowing thyself. Who's the one that gave you that information? I'm just pure curiosity. I don't mind entertaining ideals. Who gave you that information? Well, it's a George down the street. Okay, so did he experience it or observe it? Well, no. So where he get the information? Well, I don't know. And this is why when people say it, they say it so proudly. Fact. It's It's full of shit, and they just don't know it yet. But if they did know it, how would they apply the discernment? So, Dom, you're saying to me that I should only be able to write it? No, you can write whatever you want. You can do cartoons, as far as I'm concerned. You can call the clouds triangles if you want. That's what they've done with religion and state, biology and science. More dogmas. They're not trying to explain to somebody, how does fiat currency really work? It's a game. They can print it, we can't. They print enough of it so they can get one of our own to be police officer and military people, and even have laws. In this case, not even laws. That's even been bastardized. They have Commerce Court. Oh, well done, though. That makes no sense. I said, of course, it's beyond the census. Anyway, it's a fun
Right.
game.
No, you're absolutely right. And the more people that buy into the delusion, illusion, or illusion of a system that they have, I guess, written or that have talked about to get people to buy into it, the more that buy in, the more accepted it is. And the more it's spread, the wider it's spread. And whether it's factual or not, it becomes the common, just basically the commonplace thinking. And that completely weeds out individualized thinking, critical thinking, discernment. You put all that stuff to the side whenever you start buying into someone else's observations and not your own.
But hey, Access, you know what's tricky about that now, right? Because check this out, right? You see, since these movements has come around, like flat Earth and firmament and all of that type of talk, right? I guaranteed, if the powers, quote unquote, that shouldn't be, right, if they came out tomorrow and said, yes, this is flat Earth and firmament over us, blah 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 blah, all of that stuff, right? There's going to be so much people saying, yeah, I told you it was true, but hold on. Ain't we supposed to not trust these people, what they say? You understand? So
Right.
it makes me think, either way, if they do tell us the truth, it's like what I've been saying with NASA. They might be telling us the truth, but because we just believe in this lie, what they've apparently said to us, they didn't tell me a lie, but the narrative out there is these people are liars. You understand?
Well,
But what
yeah,
if
they've indoctrinated us. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, so I was just going to say, what if they did come out and say, look, it's flat Earth, dome on top of us, here, take it how you want it. There would be some people, even though some people haven't been to the dome or seen it, they'll say, look, they told us the truth. This is it. The dome, it has to be. You understand? So it's all up for debate when it comes to certain things. Do you understand where I'm going with that?
I get
Yeah,
you,
it's
London,
a
but
type.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Dom.
I was going to say, I get it, London, but the thing is, that's just the opposite game that they're playing. Until you've experienced it, observe it. It's like somebody telling me it's legal or illegal to smoke marijuana. The truth of the matter is, what fucking moron would want to convince anybody whether I want to put something in my mouth or not? The fact that they made it illegal and then made it legal, it's still the same moronic game. It's unthinking beings. So now if somebody told me that the earth is flat, and once again, did you experience it? Yeah, you're a unicorn to me. Are you going to bring me there? Are you going to show it to me? Unless he's trustworthy. And that would be somebody, he's my aunt, my uncle, or whatever. I've known him for years and they've never proved me otherwise. Then I would trust him. But I still didn't experience it or observe it. So whether or not the media, this is the game that people play with themselves. They're misleading themselves. They're their own enemy at that point. That's why we have things called nanny state. Now, if a person doesn't have critical thinking, in this case, to deduct what it isn't, such as, well, I've never been up there. So does it, whether they tell me they did or didn't, it's a game that's being played upon myself. Now, I know that's hard for people to swallow because most people don't realize the hook's in their mouth and they've been fucking purposely going to the outside of the water. That's the game they play with themselves. Now, they might turn around and say, I'm an adult. I said, you're still a child. You just don't know it yet. And we're all children. I'm not here to say otherwise, but what happens is the childlike years between 7 and 14 is when you're supposed to develop your emotional. You should be able to handle information and not take a side to it. Oh, that's interesting. What value do you get telling people that you did or didn't go to the moon? But what people do, they got to pick a side. Well, they did. Does it matter if they did or didn't? Follow the money. We still have poverty in this world. So how does it serve humanity as a whole? It doesn't. Again, that's a person being led with their ego.
Kind of like I'm sorry,
Half of
Pam. It's good to see you here, Pam. I want to definitely say hi and welcome.
Thank you. I was really feeling what Dom was putting down, especially regarding like the shape of the realm and stuff like that. It's amazing to me. We have people in this community that really should probably be doing a lot of soul work because they can't even hear the theories without bashing other people. They're not open to really having these discussions. And I've noticed, and I've kind of stepped back from the community as a whole because I felt like it was just more indoctrination, the same type of indoctrination I was getting in school or mainstream like religion and stuff.
Yeah, I see it as kind of a perpetuated propaganda. You know, the propaganda being, know that we're liars. We could be telling the truth, but because we're known for being a liar, we're probably lying, even though it could be the truth. Where's the mind to go with that? That's a type of propaganda that is waged inward on self at that point. It kind of nullifies your critical thinking of, well, they lie to me all the time, but they could be telling the truth. They did tell the truth here, but they could be lying to me there. And it kind of sustains that development of growth. And I think people lost the ability to critically think beyond that. What have I experienced? What do I know to be a fact? Not what
Yeah,
am I being. Go ahead.
it seems like a good way to divide people, you know, because the masses aren't really mature to handle opposing views, and so it's easy to stoke the fires and keep people divided over stuff like this.
I think that's a part of the weaponization of social engineering. I think it's been used ever since the development of any type of, whether it be a tribal society to a fully functioned industrial society. It's all about the strength of the society being the strength of those people agreeing on a direction. As long as all the waters flow in one direction, no matter what you got to do or how many dams or aqueducts you got to build, which would be lies and misrepresentation, and we got to keep the water flowing this way, and that mass of forward movement towards this means to an end. And I think they've used that, especially against us, since we've started developing, in especially a higher uh, um, industrial revolution state of mind.
Let me ask you a question, Axis. How old do you think human civilization is really?
I have two aspects on that. One, we're either a reflected, almost an image of civilization that is very young and is almost holographically influenced and projected, or we've been here for thousands and thousands of years on a repetitive cycle, being the big clock. The sun, the moon, the stars, the cataclysms, the cycles, the repetitive nature of the fractal universe that we understand. So either we've been here for a very long time, thousands upon thousands of years, cataclysm after cataclysm, civilization after civilization, collapse and extension to collapse and extension, or we are a very young, a very young species that has been placed here and given and fed a timeline and a narrative to base their past on.
Okay. I think we're fairly young, to be honest with you. I don't think we're old as they say we are. I don't think this generation humans, I don't think we've been around for as long as they say we've been around for, to be honest, in my opinion. I think maybe like 1,000 years.
Yeah, That's another one. I wasn't there, so I don't know. But by logic, me sitting here deducting my own existence and becoming relevant to myself, I have to consider, was I programmed to accept this experience of what I consider the conscious observer? And were the information and thoughts in my head planted there? Or am I an offshoot of a genetically manipulated species that spans the course of thousands and thousands of years? Either way, the information is still the same that we're being given, but the source of it, either we've been here or we just got here.
I think we just got here. I don't know why I got a feeling like we just got here.
Well, they have a if you ever want to look into it, it's called the Last Thursday effect, and the concept of this was brought up by some quantum mechanic theorists and some quantum theorists, that everything you know, everything that you believe, and everything that you think you've experienced was given to you last Thursday. You're just under the concept because of implanted memories that you've been here for X amount of years, and history has been here for thousands of years. But in actuality, the programmer that put you in here just developed all of this last Thursday, and you've only been alive since last Thursday, or aware. All your memories, thoughts, and concepts were implanted. Or you come from a species that has been manipulated genetically, augmented, and we've been through procession after procession after procession of repetitive cycles. But that's just me sitting here observing my own situation.
If I can share, guys.
Yes.
This is where you throw in both right then and there, because this is where people spend a lot of energy debating on useless stuff. Where let's entertain the ideal. It's 1,000 years old, or it's 100 years old. Now throw them a ball in between them. Say it's a ping pong ball, a soccer ball, or a football. Question I would ask anybody before they start debating each other: how does it serve? How does it serve if you found out the human race lived 1,000 years, let alone it was just created yesterday? Until people put those words in there, what end up people do? They pick sides and then they debate each other. Opposed to, no, this is not a sport. If it is a sport, understand the rules. The rules are there are going to be winners and losers and ties, but some people just want to play the game to enjoy it. So I would entertain that, even London. Okay, 1,000 years, or we're just now here. I would lean towards manipulation, all that kind of stuff. So how does it serve? Whether it serves me, my immediate community, I can't even talk about a future generation, let alone a past generation. So this is where people that are so caught up that they want to do a change now. So then how does it serve to know 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago that the human race came to be?
I guess I'm glad I'm detached from that outcome either way. You know, I try to stay detached, because ultimately it doesn't help me better. It doesn't inspire me. And so really, what's the point, right?
Well, at that point, Pamela, this is where when people don't vote, some people on the either left or right side, they're limited. Where a person that chooses not to vote, now they can see the game played for what it is. When when you become the observer opposed to the experiencer, I'll pick the 1,000 years, or I'm using these words here, 100 years. Now you got to defend a side or attack a side, opposed to the observer that doesn't get caught up in that. Oh, okay,
No,
so go ahead.
I don't think you have to defend or attack a side, as long as you're just aware. As long as you're just aware.
Yeah, but that's not you're like that, London, but we're not all coming from the same kind of awareness, where other people don't realize how much they perpetuate the loop of defense and attack. And a lot of it's on their own. You just sit long enough and hear people, I'm like, yeah, they're going to defend themselves and they're also going to attack. Why would I need to get caught up? I could be anybody at that point. That's why you become the observer. The observer doesn't have to get caught up in all of that. I get it. A lot of people are caught up in their feelings. They're caught up in their mental planes. That's fine. Hopefully they learn something from it. Because I know me. I don't give a shit if people agree or disagree with me. So I make it quite clear to some people. So when they hear it out of their mouth, oh, Dom, I agree with it. That's coming from you, not from me. Now they might turn around. Go ahead, London.
You see, being the observer, would the observer know everything? Would the observer know the final outcome, or does the observer still have much to learn?
Observer's observer. You're not. You're kind of like you're the fly in the wall. You're not there to interfere. Think about the double split experiment. When did it change? Through observation.
So my thing is this: does the observer know anything at all?
Could be about knowing, yes. Anything, yes. And there's also the essence to things. You should be able to question things and then realize there's things beyond things. Like you don't see air. We'll call it a thing, but you don't see it. So that tells you the senses are limited. Now, some people might be able to see air, but not most of us. I can't run like certain athletes of the world. I can't sing like certain people. So that disproves that I can't do everything. That's a humble ego at that point, even though I'm being clever by me saying the word humble.
Kind of why metaphysics isn't taught in colleges as a substantial course of education. It's because the relevancy of metaphysics is mostly unseen. I mean, you may see the effects afterwards, but you don't actually see the hammer hit the nail per se.
Yeah,
you don't have that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's applied energy on a different frequency that is beyond the spectrum of, our senses.
That's another thing I want to get into, because it's like what you just said. We just see the effect of things, right? But we don't know the cause. We're just living in the state where we see the cause of it, but we don't know the effect. But what if we did know the cause of these things? Like, would that be like an observer, a watcher who knows everything?
You would probably have discernment at that point. You would know the difference. Knowing is one thing. Wisdom is another thing. Most people pursue knowledge, and especially we live in an age of information, so people can't use omniscient. Well, Dominic, I can't know. I said, no, we have all this technology. You got the written word, you have radio frequency, radio information, you have Wi-Fi information, you have books. What the fuck? You can't. That's an excuse at that point. Now, they might not be able to comprehend it, hence understanding, let alone discernment, wisdom. Two different things going on here. This is why when they talk about the tree of life, not too many people have the ability to pursue that kind of stuff. Most people are just struggling along to their own existence. I'm raising kids. Okay, did you teach your kids how to breathe? No. So what the fuck are you saying you're raising them? Do you teach your kids how to digest their food? You might teach them how to chew their food, but do you teach them? No, that's something beyond the scope of offspringers. But I get it. People say, I'm parents. To who? And are those your ancestors? Is that your mother from a previous lifespan? Could be. A lot of people don't want to entertain that ideal, but there is people that do entertain those ideals.
You're right. That's why I said, the minute you put a limitation on your bounds of learning and trying to understand even that which seems incomprehensible is an exercise in broadening your ability to interpret things that are even unseen. Thus, the metaphysics and the more profound energy movements that are relevant if they're measured, but unseen by the naked eye.
Mm-hmm.
As with the, just like the whole concept of, how old are we, or even when it comes to the shape of the earth, I have to take and maintain a position of the fact that, one, I wasn't there. I didn't actually experience any of it. I haven't touched the moon or the sun. I haven't been far enough up to know the shape of the mass that we're on. But as for myself, I can speculate and entertain those ideals internally to broaden my even my imaginative thinking. But can it be applied as a tool? Only to survive a conversation with a flat earther or a quantum theorist.
Even that access, when somebody asks, you ask somebody, how old are you? They're going to give you the age of their vessel. How long it's aged, or they'll say, I think it's my body, my thoughts. I'm like, okay, so those are your thoughts. Are you sure? So then where are they stored? You're not, okay, I'm going to say, I'm not the body. So the aging process, that's the word aging. What's time? That's not time. The clock and the watch, those are gauges. The sun and the moon, those are science. That's not time. That's why you have words like afterlife. You're in life, and then there's afterlife. Now, this is where people tap into the third, fourth, and fifth dimension kind of stuff. You're in life. You're not life. You're in it. You breathe it in and out. You want to use the one word, breathe in, call it hate, breathe out, call it love, call it whatever you want. But most people aren't aware of that. What they're doing is they're parroting programs, and they'll defend it and attack it. They're not ever just allow a person just to go on long enough and say, okay, you done? Okay, tell me when you're done. Tell me more stories. Come on, tell me the story of Jesus. Tell me the story of Muhammad. Come on, are you done? Well, are you going to talk about Socrates now? Why don't those characters ever write anything down? I wonder why Socrates and Jesus, so they tell us, never wrote nothing down because they understood the limitations of written work.
Do you think that maybe the pursuit of some of this is to make oneself feel more familiar and relevant with their environment?
It could be access. It could just be a futility of a fool. The fool card, tarot card, the fool card usually. Because really, once you start realizing I go to work all the time for the same rewards, it's a form of insanity. Whether you want to call it slavery, you call it, I got to have all my necessities. Well, are you making the car? Well, no. Are you making the Wi-Fi? No. I said, so then you're like the Truman story then. You've been plotted into a story, not realizing, and you hear people say shit like, I'm independent. Well, did you make the clothes? Well, no. Did you make the house? Well, no. So you're not even independent. It's a game that we play with ourselves. I can laugh at myself. I'm not laughing at others. I'm laughing at myself. Other people might get offended at the fact that I'm laughing at myself.
Right. Well, I'm independent to a primal level. That primal level being, yeah, I know how to make a bone needle. Yeah, I know how to make sinew. Yes, I can, field dress an animal. Yeah, I know how to create fire using flint and tinder. That's as self-sufficient as I get. Outside of that, I'm not producing petroleum. I'm not, forging money or building structures that people are going to occupy. I'm only as sufficient as leather and bones and the basic concepts of just whatever's available. Outside of that, I have a few learned skills that can be applied to modern or industrial society, but they're not practical once society breaks.
True.
Hey, can I interject for a bit? I've been sitting here trying to wrap my head around this observer point of view, right? And for some reason, it don't sit right with me, right? There's a few things why it don't sit right with me, right?
Okay.
Just to be an observer and not take a side in things, right? It reminds me of this thing that we call God, right? He just sits there and don't intervene when it's time for him to intervene, right? And that don't sit right with me from the jump. And then second of all, it's like, if I were just to be an observer and not have a side in these things, right? Keep in mind, we have children as well, right? So it's like, if I'm not going to take a side in nothing, that means the quote unquote enemy is just going to have their way with my children. If I'm not going to give my point of view to my children to let them know truth from lies, that means I'm just setting them up for fall if I'm just going to be an observer and not take a stance on anything. What do you think about that?
I think that's where applied using knowledge or information as a tool comes in. Like I said, with such things as even a weapon, you learn to feed yourself or defend yourself, or whatever. It's how you utilize that information as a tool for the benefit and the survival in your environment of you and your offspring, or whether you use it in a malevolent way. It is a tool. So when it comes to the conscious observer will make a decision. Free will boils down to you have unlimited choices, but you will only make one of two, to do or not to do. So therefore, you'll pass knowledge on that you feel is a go, and then you won't pass knowledge on that you feel is not advantageous to your children's learning and development and surviving their environment.
If I can give an example, guys, I'm pretty sure you guys have heard about it. You might even have experienced it, where a person blacks out, but then something keeps functioning in the vessel. Somebody goes into a coma, but yet something's functioning in that body. The observer is always functioning the body. The ongoing program that we're using right now is the one that's being observed. This is where when you know thyself, there's the knower and the self. Both of those are programs. Then there's the observer of both of those. And then there's the observed of the observer. It's a different game going on there, but most people never even get to that point where they don't stop and think, okay, well, why is a woman getting extra strength? Or you hear about men when they get blackout or whatever, and it takes 10 police officers to tie them down. There's an energy that's stronger than the other energy that's running on the waking state. This is why when people go to sleep, their constant theme is they're in a rest state, stillness, and they're actually silent. Then they can actually get information from some source. The waking state, you can do the same thing, but most people have a very difficult time getting into that stillness and silence. Hence, peace be upon you kind of ideal. Silence be upon you. This is why when Buddha talks about, let me fast and meditate. Let me abstain from eating food because something has to function, process the food, and then let me actually meditate. Let me listen from within. The ongoing program is what we're using right now. But if a person is truly hearing each other, you should be able to listen to oneself from within. Most people say words like, I'm listening to you. I said, no, you've got it kind of backwards. Or they say, Dom, I want to understand you. I said, that's not your role to understand me. You're supposed to understand yourself. And what are you under, by the way? So I get where you're coming from, because that's a lot of indoctrination going on there, London. Yes, they're your kids, but really, who's giving it the breath of life? Not you. You're just the offspringer. Best thing you could do is not interfere with the child. You need to protect it. And that's a big responsibility. But for a lot of people, I'll bring them to some schooling system. Okay, so whether you're doing schooling system, you bring it to some sort of brick and mortar, or you do homeschooling, it's still indoctrination. You're just bringing it at home, opposed to educate. This is where Confucius used to talk about. Again, I'm taking written work, where the first 13 years, you got to find out what the gift's been bestowed upon that child. Does that child knows how to read the signs in the skies? Does it understand alchemy? No. What we end up doing is we become more cattle for the system. We settle then at that point. Whether the system, go ahead, London.
No, so you touched on something that I wanted to touch on actually, but salute to you. You're cooking. You know, when you said the best thing I can do, right, is probably not interfere, right? I hear what you're saying there to some degree, right? I hear exactly what you're saying there. And that brings me to my next thought, right? With humans as a whole, there was an experiment done. Well, I don't know whether it was an experiment, but this happened, right? They left a mute woman and 2 children on an island, right? And when they came back for these people, the children were speaking. I think they were speaking Paleo Hebrew, right?
Yeah.
And woman couldn't teach them because she's a mute, obviously. So, you know, that brings me to my next question. Like, you know, is language already embedded in us? You know, we leave people to their own devices, right? Would our natural self surface?
Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard of the 100 monkey effect?
I've heard it once or twice, but it hasn't stuck in my head. But I think it might have been you. But yeah, go ahead, please. Let me cook again, please, with that.
There was an experiment where they taught X amount of monkeys to do a task. And without any communication level, it had expanded to that whole environmental range of monkeys. Without being taught this, they had that skill after a particular amount of monkeys were presented with that skill and utilized it.
Yeah.
Which kind of brings into speculation an Akashic record type thing. And we know everything, we just haven't reminded ourselves of it yet.
Could be. Yeah, I vibe with that. Definitely.
You know,
Yeah,
it's like for me, with music on a guitar, mostly on a guitar, when I'm improvising on a set of scales against a rhythm that's in key, my mind is like water, and I start expressing parts of me through the guitar that I couldn't possibly ever express any other way. And I'm free forming and free floating and able to do amazing things to entertain myself mostly. But that comes from understanding the basics of a scale and chords and what harmonize with each other to create a sound that is palatable to the ear. Maybe I already knew how to play guitar, and I just reminded myself that these are the muscle memory components that I need to apply so that I can continue playing the guitar and even advance at an advanced stage just by remembering that which I've kind of denied myself or told myself that I didn't know, when in actuality, I've known it all along. I just refuse to remember it.
That's it. Spot on. I'm with you there. Yeah. We know there's been people that's woke up from head injuries speaking a different language. You know, so it's already inside of us. It's just.
Well, we have like the concept of, again, wisdom and understanding. What's it under? This is where the concept of the mind, M-I-N-D, mind man, where all language already exists. We just have to learn a craft. You know, everything is already provided here. How do we interdependently work with it? What's some of our wants, our lacks? Since all our needs are provided, do I have to learn how to be into cattle or a farm animal? I mean, sorry, not farm, being a farmer again of some sort. So now I have to be interdependent with nature. That information's all out there, literally information. An example I would give is a person that's seen a red truck trying to explain to a blind person, but then discovering that they've been blind the whole time, because the blind person will say, have you ever seen the word red before when you say it? Well, no. Have you ever seen the word truck before? No. So then who's blind? That's the conditioning of the senses. Again, I'll try to use the word indoctrination. We get indoctrinated. The language we speak is an indoctrination. And we don't come as, people that are babies. Do they already know how to speak? No, they understand sound because they've been in the womb. But they don't know how to speak. They don't know how to read or write. They might have the ability to read or write a little bit sooner than others. Some people that come in and know how to play a piano. Now that opens to the possibility, is that an old soul coming back? Or it might not even be a soul. It could just be some sort of essence or entity.
If I may, Dom, just a quick interjection here. Yeah. Your browser is only as good as the user. You have the whole internet to find your information from, but your information is only going to be as good as what you put into your browser to search.
True. And you can throw in the other computer terms, hardware and the processor.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm sorry, London. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get that out there.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
It's all about your programming. Garbage in, garbage out. Good stuff in, good stuff out.
Right? I figured that would come out of you, Pam. That's a man. that is so relevantly true, especially when it
Well,
comes to computers.
I've been working with HTML and stuff all day, so.
You already know. And with that, I have to take constantly into aspect mental illness. To me, mental illness is kind of like a rat in the code. It's a discrepancy in the code that causes glitches. Sometimes it may be a positive glitch, sometimes it may be a less productive glitch, but it's still a glitch nonetheless because my coding has discrepancies in it. It has a rat in it.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, rat not being like a rat. A rat is miscellaneous code that doesn't belong or can disturb the coding that is coherent to the computer or source.
Also, at that point, actually, can things like the mental plane, the emotional plane be corrected based on cycles of 7 years or 9 years, the alignment of Saturn, Venus? A lot of that plays a major role in all of that. We don't constantly live a certain way to live most of our life. This is why when they have horoscopes, the Asian, like this, for example, the year of the dragon, it's a wood dragon per se. There's all these different energy. That's why we have many different ages. And for some people, if they don't develop their mental capacity between the age, like say 14 to 21, that could be what some people call an illness, a virus of some form. And then that'll actually have a domino effect onto the emotional plane, which then will be acted out in the physical plane.
True. And that's through experience, my own experience. I don't hide the secret that I suffer from certain mental illnesses. Some of them are advantageous, and I would consider them to be gifts. And then at other points, I consider them to be stifling and almost a stumbling block in my development.
That's why some of the gifted people in the world are autism or schizophrenia. Nobody's just never gave them the ability to understand their gifts. Other people just think it's a curse, but it's a gift. What is a schizophreniac? What is autism? Are they bypassing an emotional level? Are they more mental capacity?
I think
a lot of shamans have a level of mental illness or schizophrenia, and it's because they're able to walk both worlds legitimately. And so they're getting inputs from the other side,
I wholeheartedly believe that, Pam. I really, that, it goes into a spectrum of research that I've done. I truly, but for myself as an observer, think that's definitely the case in many different settings where metaphysics, shamans, witches, whatever, energy workers. I think there's a part that becomes beyond reason. It may not seem structurally sane or stable, but the outcome is a definite bonus or advantageous.
See, we've got a madman in the house.
Did you see what Roy said? That was funny.
Boy.
He's cute.
Boy, how's it going?
London, back to what you were asking earlier about, or just putting out there about the observer. Mm-hmm. Some people, they do visualization, for example, the guy that actually guy or girl, doesn't matter, whoever, where they can visualize how to make a basketball shot or kick a soccer ball or do artwork. They're aligning something from within before they actually have to experience it. And other people, they might have to do it 20 or 30 or 40 or a lifespan, not a lifespan, but yeah, it could be a lifespan of doing something. Then they have to be the experiencer. That's why when some people are just intuitive,
I
they say, no,
used a visualization. I was going to say I used a visualization, and sorry, I there was a pause there. I used visualization to lose 80 pounds, like that, and like taking walks and stuff. I literally manifested that in a short amount of time, and in 6 months. I didn't modify my diet or anything, and I've kept it off since. And it was all because I set my heart on being a certain size and a certain weight, and I haven't strayed much from that since, and it's been years.
very true. Again, we play with words. So Pamela, you probably corrected other things too, where some people, when they say, Dom, I'm losing weight, I said, what do you do when you lose your keys? You want to find them again. But the diet shouldn't just be about the physical. It should also be the emotional and mental planes that are being changed too. People, they've done studies where somebody does.
I gained my self-respect back.
Yeah. So you've corrected it in that way. So the wordage, like losing weight, it doesn't. Something overrides all of that, because there's something that's always. It's kind of like the hard drive that's behind the ongoing program. It's going to overseed it. It's going to serve. That knower, that higher self people call it. It's going to serve. So we have to be wary in how we ask it. I get it. Some people say, I want to shed weight. Okay. I want to look good in my bathing suit. Okay, no problem. But are you going to try to maintain it? Well, no. I said, well, then it'll go back to its old habits. I know that about myself. When I have fasted, I got into a lot of mental issues where I'm like, oh, I don't think I could do this, but I did it. But then I usually broke my fast because they started tapping into some of my emotional parts that I haven't developed yet.
Yeah, I would say something like it's good, like how you would use the mind to and visualize it, and then you put it in practice, right? So it's like your body and your mind is both on par. They know what's going on, because it's almost the opposite. Say like if you just started losing weight for no reason, you'd be like, oh, what the fuck's going on? I'm just losing weight. I don't want to lose weight. So you're aware of what the process that your body's going through, and you're putting it into practice. You're, how would you say it, manifesting it. Right? You're working with it. But if you wasn't aware of it, just like people who lose weight through sickness, they don't want it to happen, but it's just going to happen regardless because they're sick.
Yeah, or sometimes the body's trying to communicate with that person saying you're shedding weight. So it's a reminder, like a lot of us, or not a lot of us, but people that get into disease, their body gets into disease, they unfortunately assume it's just whatever they're orally taking in. No, it's the environment for some people. Some people with their blood types and all that are affected big time when it comes to Wi-Fi, radio frequency, planes flying over top, breaking the waves through the air, and that affects people. Even what you're saying, London, I get the mental to the body, but some people have to remember there's also the emotional, the energy and motion that has to be addressed for most people. Usually men we're usually from the mind to the body, because they're usually caught up in the hemispheres, but they have to address their emotions too. It's always funny when a man says, I don't get emotional. I say, yeah, you did. When your soccer team lost, you got all upset. Come on, get out of here. That's an unaware person talking for the sake of talking.
I think we get emotional to these worldly things. You understand? Once we get too attached to these worldly things, then we become emotional. Too much attachments to certain things. Can't do with the heartbreak to some degree.
That's suffering. That's the main suffering. Hence why the Buddhism teaching or whatever, it's not about resistance to pain, even though resistance, like think about a muscle, it'll get bigger and bigger. If you do it enough time or resist it. It's your attachments, which is part of being the human experience. Losing a pet, losing a loved one, you would have to be almost underdeveloped in your emotion and be like a psychopath or a sociopath to really avoid those emotions. But you wait long enough, you'll see it acted out in some other form. Their body starts acting out. We're not really that difficult to understand if we're truly observing.
that is true. I mean, I've watched with some of the reverse speech technology that I use and various other technologies, and I have actually got to see people physically portray their subconscious, whereas with their conscious mind, they think they're speaking relevancy at that point. But if you're actually watching what's going on, their subconscious is actually signaling through their physical body, and that's true with a lot of panels. You know, you can almost discern through micro muscle reactions and various impulses that they don't actually know that they're doing, but line up with the subconscious of what's being relayed in the reverse speech technology, and it's completely irrelevant to what they're actually speaking in a physical form that you're hearing.
It's kind of deep.
If people,
It's kind of deep.
yeah, they're when you know what you're looking for, and you understand micro muscle reactions and signaling, which is kind of like body language, people give themselves away. They speak volumes without saying a word.
I've noticed on the panels that there's certain people that I've seen that when chaos or drama starts happening, you can tell like they're feeding on it. Like they get this like almost demonic grin on their face. And it's insane to me. It's like without saying anything, you've said so much about your character just by observing that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. You there?
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. What's going on, boy?
Yeah,
Yo,
smoking
bro.
those last butts, dude. Smoking those last butts of last year. That's what's going
Oh
on.
yeah. I'll join you. Let me get my lighter.
If you got that.
Mm-hmm.
Good to see you, boy. Glad you can join us.
Likewise. It's always an
Hey,
interesting.
boy.
Hi, Pam. Hi, Domi. Yeah, it's always an interesting panel. You've got some good topics going on here, so I thought I'd join.
Well, like I said earlier, man, I really enjoyed the company I keep here. This to me, this little platform, whenever it comes together, has always been a good experience so far. And the company that has come here has always been desirable company.
Yeah, that's why we still stick around on this stupid platform called YouTube, right? In this fringe of fringes.
The interaction. I mean, like
Yeah.
I've developed some serious emotional interactions with people that I would consider to be substantial in my life, and I hate to just throw that to the wayside. You know, if I'm looking for just view counts alone, well, I'm going to go to TikTok. You know, that's where my views on my videos are actually appreciated. Generally, well, the last video I done, I had is 1,800 views in the first 24 hours. But when I really want to interact with humans, YouTube has been the best platform so far.
Yeah, that's why we're still here. We're not on YouTube anymore to watch videos. We are here for the live interaction, like you said, right? That's why I'm here. That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here. Also, I'm a super viral on Pinterest, but I can't get that type of thing there. I can get that here, you know?
Yeah.
That's it.
There is a profound exchange of socialization that happens on these panels and with the diversity of people. And sometimes, you know, you hit that right ingredient of people, man, and it's almost like magic happens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those are much appreciated moments to me.
And you know, that doesn't happen every time. It can happen a couple of times, but you also have to go through a lot of how do you say rocks to get to the gold, right?
Hmm.
As they say, you got to kiss a lot of frogs to find your prince. You got to
Exactly.
go through a lot of panels to find something worthwhile.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm hoping, I want to definitely build ground with Dom on this platform, and maybe with a little applied energy, we can keep this type of format and keep this type of information and energy, continuing without it drawing too much of a negative influence or
Too much
intrusive
drama.
behavior. Yeah, I'm not interested. Like I said, I think a lot of us, are ready to move on from that repetitive cycle and the looping and we want something more from this, something fulfilling that we remember but haven't been getting. And, today has been wonderful exchange of information.
Mm-hmm. I concur with that. Oh yeah, I concur. Most definite. Like I said, I was gonna go live, and it's a good thing I didn't. Otherwise, I'd have missed out on a nice little chin wag over here.
But
I
I've
Go live.
really appreciated you being here. Yeah, all of you guys. I mean, to me, that's the ultimate compliment is showing up here and interacting. I mean, that's everything right there.
Yeah.
It's like a baseball team working with pure form and function. I enjoy that, especially with good people. You're much appreciated, all of you.
Hey.
Well, we appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Most definite. Most definite. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Oh my god, look at that.
I
See?
don't show up a lot of places. I show up here in London, so if that's telling you anything.
Yeah, you never show
Yeah.
up at 9.
I don't know when you're on.
I'm on when I feel like it.
Yeah. Yeah, boy's one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
See, if I didn't have a schedule, then I mean, let's see when Voi's on.
Mhm.
I'm never on, but then again, I might be. It's pretty much the rule.
Yeah. I'm a bit like that of lately on the rebuttal bar. I just go live for the sake of going live sometimes. Why not?
So
Yeah, I
one of
think
those guys too, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
I think spontaneous. I think that spontaneous appearance has an advantage to it. There's no expectations that are preconceived or preset. You're just randomly, with the energy that you have, showing up. And I think that's where some of the best development and learning comes from, is spontaneous.
Yeah. Spontaneous is good.
And that's why I
Yeah.
put, the time may vary according to your state of mind. I'm not, if I was to define a time, then I'm kind of limited by giving people something to focus on. Well, you were late, or you were early, or I was expecting this, or I was expecting that. Don't have the expectations. Have the ability to allow yourself to spontaneously interact or spontaneously appear, to allow that magic to happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Think long, think wrong.
I mean, when you say that, it's almost it comes natural to me, right? It's not even something that I have to do. It's just I can only do it like that. I'm not somebody that will be able to work a 9-to-5 job for 10 years. I might be able to perform that for a couple of years, but I can never do that for a lifetime. There's people that can do the same job for a fucking lifetime, dude. I could never do that. My element is surprise, right? yeah, surprise, creativity, you know, in the moment. And I've worked some good jobs though, you know, in factories or in offices where people actually did live like that. And I must say that when you're with a good team, you know, the shittiest jobs are quite bearable. If you're with some good people,
Mhm.
I worked some very shitty jobs, but it was such a great team. You know, it was, yeah. I think that's more important, you know, to be with the right kind of people than it is so much that the work that you do.
Yeah, I think
It's
what you're
kind of
saying. Hmm.
yeah, you develop a almost an unspoken relevancy to each other, and you start communicating without actually speaking. It's just a shared energy
Yeah,
that you almost ride, and you don't even have to speak because it's just a natural thing that's occurring there.
yeah, and
Because I
that doesn't always happen, right?
no, there's musicians I can't play with,
Yeah.
and then there's other musicians that I could spend days playing alongside. You know,
It's
um,
funny that you mentioned that because I was interested in music and bands, and I liked playing together, you know, jamming, making up songs. But the whole band game, you know, there was too many egos there. That never worked for me. Never worked for me.
That's why I don't go to a lot of panels, Voy, for that same reason. Like the Paul Enslaved and all of that. You know, the as far as a panel goes, like this panel's had a lot of harmony. We're all in tune. But you
Yeah.
go to a panel like that, and all the energy is discordant. You know, and I can't. Some people can't be around that type of energy.
Hmm.
That's why I
Yeah.
like the smaller ones like this and like the rebuttal bar. And I've been to your stream once, Voy, and it was a really good stream too. I'm hoping YouTube would give me the notifications. The problem with a lot of these streams and spontaneity is the algorithm isn't perfect yet. Half the people I'm subscribed to, I have to unsub, resub just to get the basic notifications. It sucks.
Yeah. You would fit so nice into my harem, though, Pamela.
Nice.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I've always wanted, is to be a part of someone's harem. I was trying to be a part of King Stevens, but man, I just can't. I can't make it over there.
Uh-oh.
I tried to be on
Uh-oh.
Paul and Brian O'Shea's harem. I mean, come on, y'all. That's where it's at.
Hmm.
I'm just kidding. FYI.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
he who has the biggest harem wins. Is that it?
Oh,
One good thing though through observation is I have been able to I can now pretty much identify who's going to be the disruptors and who's come to break the synchronicity and the harmony of a conversation or a panel. And you know, I those are the first ones that you know I would definitely not allow to have any dominion over the conversation. And that makes them so obvious. I mean, it's horrible. And I don't know whether it's that they don't feel that they have anything to offer, so they have to like disrupt, or whether that's just their generalized nature. You know, it's I've retaliated against people, but there's been an objective to it. Seems like some people just can't stand to see progressive, harmonized development. They have to intrude on that.
Hmm. Yeah.
All of us have been through that at one point in time or another. I do believe. You know, I know you've been through it, London. I don't know, Pam, whether you know you have on YouTube or not, or Roy, but you know, even with Dom's interactions, you know, I've seen disruption sent his way. You know, and
Well,
it was unnecessary.
I had a video on my channel and it was called Why I'm No Longer a Christian. And it was talking about all of that. And I had people immediately saying that I was an agent for that message, like immediately. It seems like any type of work where you have a lot of light or a true message, there's a counterbalance in this universe or in this realm that just like tries to level the playing field, tries to knock you back down. Because I've noticed my more spiritual messages, I'll get like the really polarizing, shitty comments.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that. But then there's certain songs that I've done that I didn't think was going to get much of a response at all, and wound up getting a bigger response than songs that I was expecting to get a response from. I didn't find a balance with that until I started putting music up on TikTok. And then I realized at that point in time, YouTube has a way of stacking the odds, because I'm getting 1,800 views in the first hour or so when I release a song on TikTok, and it may take a week for me to get 50 views on YouTube. I'm like that. There's something wrong with those numbers.
Pamela, I'm not sure if you're aware, but you can't say that statement anymore about it being an agent. Your application went through. You're an agent with us now.
Oh, it was approved.
Yeah, it's been approved. Your other application of being a bot will probably process in the next couple of weeks.
Nice.
So you're agent. So now when people call you an agent, you could probably tell them how much you get paid, what are some of the perks, vacation, you get to spend some extra food you get now at London's backstage.
Right.
Well, it's funny you say bot, because I've been called that too. Like, how I like to like prepare and like read my stuff. They're like, you sound like a bot. I'm like, fuck off.
So I suppose within the next month she'll be getting the backstage initiation, and we'll do the whole ceremony then.
Blood sacrifices, a computer chip.
Yeah.
She'll have to eat some computer chips.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
He's
Look at me.
Wow.
Yeah, the speculation on who's an agent and who isn't, and who's a provocateur and who isn't, is a little lopsided in these communities.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Usually the ones that are usually doing the strifing, if you really hear them, they never really give their own personal input. They just put their 2 cents and say that what they assume of other people, which could be true. Let's play with the ideal of truth, or true in this case. But they're not asking, so what are your views? Share your view. I usually value the concept, if somebody's going to ask a question, they should follow up. I'm there just to observe. If you feel as though you believe in the Bible, okay, then follow up. You lead, you follow. I'll hear you, and then I'll probably share if I feel as though I feel as I need to share anything. Because I usually don't have those thoughts. And if I have, it's not really interested to bring it up to a panel that's talking about something else. It's usually at that point, that person has gone from being smart to clever. They're not really, they're ignoring being wise. Like I said, if a person already knows their answer, then lead. Don't go around trying to be clever with other people and say, well, what's your answer? You already know your answer. Share that. I'll hear you. I'm not going to agree or disagree with them. I'll just hear them.
Mm-hmm.
And that option is available to generally everybody out there, that if you've got a message that's so profound and important that you're going to make yourself a spectacle and boisterous or even disruptive, then voice it. Let's hear it. What's so profound that you have that you need to disrupt the potential learning and growth of others with your message?
I think actually sometimes people, what they do is they want to debate or argue, which is fine. But if we're all playing soccer here and they want to play tennis, then go find people that want to play tennis. There is platforms that actually establish the platform how to debate. They'll give you the topics, you'll share certain ideals, and then you can debate the ideals. Making it personal with somebody else that you don't got a clue who they are, let alone most people aren't suited for public conversations about making something personal. Most people like to enjoy sharing privately with each other. I'm not going to share with a bunch of you guys at a restaurant. That's all that noise. My personal problems. I just know me. Now, other people, if that's them, that's fine. They might lean more towards, being an extrovert. They want attention seeking, which is, again, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just to understand that's the way that person deals with how they interact.
Yeah, I try and stay generally open and, relevant and real with the people that I interact with. I'm not so secretive with so much my personal life and what's going on in my life as I am what I research and what I study. That I keep very well protected and behind a shield. But as far as my interaction and experiences in just general life, I haven't done anything so shameful that I couldn't, at least stand and own it.
Again, Access, it comes down to one of those things. It resonates with me when I came to that awareness. How does it serve somebody else to know your business, let alone your personal situation? Especially if it's going to be built. People like the idea of building, but hey, what's your foundation first? Do you genuinely care who I am? Well, no. So then you want me to be your personal amuse publicly? Fuck you in the boat you came off with. That's what I'm thinking in my head. If I was a private conversation, it might be a little bit more cruspier. And I'll say, listen, so how does it serve you? This is where people become clever. And then they wonder why they're not able to interact with other people. You pay me enough money, I'll tell you what the fuck you want to hear. I'll gladly entertain you at that point. But if I'm doing this willingly and I choose to expend my energy here, I'm going to pick and choose what I'm going to share.
Right. And Pam, be sure drop your link to your channels in the chat there. Make sure that you drop all your links.
Yeah, I was just talking about it in the chat. Y'all were talking about the spiritual stuff, and my spiritual channel on YouTube, the Mystical Musings. Like, I put out a video and it gets like a few views, but when I put out like on a new channel, like my AI art channel, it's like fastly approaching my other channel. And like when I put out a video, it gets hundreds of views, like within a couple of days or whatever. It just seems like the algorithm is set up more for entertainment than education. I guess that's how they keep people coming back, if you will.
Yeah, distract. Yeah,
the hook.
The things that are, how do you say, like more, yeah, it's like the short-term memory gets stimulated and not so much the long-term memory.
And definitely, boy, drop your link to your channel too out there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well.
Definitely. I try and promote, as many good channels as I can.
Yeah, but we're not here for that, Access. You know that, right?
Oh, yeah, well, I know that. That's just a part of my extended, hospitality. I definitely want people to be able to access you guys and be able to experience what I've experienced with you guys, especially on the panels and in chat. That to me is just a courtesy that should be extended.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make it clear. I don't really care about that. That's why you don't ever see me putting my link at London's or anything. I've just noticed like the algorithm and how it's so fickle and shallow. It's geared towards shallowness instead of like spirituality and truth and stuff like that. I personally think it'd be amazing if like London's content and boys and everyone's here got like the views instead of like, like the TikTok challenges and the pranks and the body cam and all the negative stuff that gets like thousands of views,
Right. I work, a few different platforms. I haven't been so active on Facebook here lately, but like I said, TikTok, I can put a song up on TikTok, and within the first few hours, I'm getting hundreds of views. And when I come over here to YouTube, it's like it's almost like a void.
Yeah.
You're like, how is this possible? You know, how is it that with less subscribers on TikTok, I'm getting more views than on YouTube, where I have more subscribers and getting less views, which
Oh, we
tells
all
me
know
that, yeah, there's something going
because
on behind the.
because they're cooking the books, you know, or how do you say this? You know, they're just messing with the numbers. I mean, sometimes I watch a live stream, and I've been in the chat with like 3 or 4 persons, but it's like a small channel, and then the stream stops and it says zero views, right?
Ah,
And yeah, I mean, so
what was
Well, I
that,
know for
London? What? Go ahead, Pam.
Well, I was going to say that when it comes to YouTube, I know there was a time in the past where they put their views and they put their more metrics into like your subscriber count, but now they're putting a lot of that metric on the last viewed. So the goal now is to like keep your content fresh and in front of people because they're putting more weight onto the last viewed than they are the subscriber count these days.
Well, I did watch London's channel one time get invaded by a supernatural amount of numbers in his viewers.
oh yeah, I think I
it
was there too.
Mm-hmm.
it went into the thousands.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, share the love.
2000s. I think it was 2000s.
Was it that much? Really? Yeah,
I think
I don't
so.
remember that, but it went crazy. Like this is not real. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but was it that Steven sorcery? You
Yeah.
know, King
Yeah, I
Stephen's
think it's
magic.
like that. It wasn't that time. It wasn't that time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought maybe the undead had absolutely stumbled across London's channel and he was hitting on some nerves. And I was like, okay, we got half the spirit world here now.
I wish it was that.
Uh,
That was wild. I remember that day.
Yeah, it was. That was, if anything, that was definitively them letting us know that they're, like you say, cooking the books, playing with the numbers.
yeah.
Did you get any did you get any Phantom subscribers from that though?
I don't think so. It was just my normal people come, and it was just his sorcery. It was just his sorcery. I think one or two, maybe one or two. That was about it. Maybe one or two, but it wasn't like it was hundreds or anything.
I know that was pretty revealing and pretty interesting to be there for that. Because that's a phenomenon that I had yet to see happen on YouTube at all ever.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a paradox completely.
I was experienced with like Dean HD was making a report from London, and I just had the right title, like London Protest Live, something like that. And somehow I got through the algorithm, and we were there with like natural numbers. You know, we saw it going up like to 60, and I was like, what, 65 people, 100 people? And after 20 minutes, it was like 350 people are watching, dude. And we were like, it was like, it was no, you know, it wasn't a glitch or anything weird. It was like actual people also commenting in chat. And everybody was like, what kind of a shit show is this? I thought it was live protest in London. And there was this guy with a banana in his hand trying to interview people.
Oh shit. That's wild.
But that was all natural. Those were natural numbers. And dude, we were paralyzed by the numbers. Like, what, Dean? There's 350 people watching, and he didn't know what to do. I gone quiet, and everybody in chat was like, what is this channel? This sucks, you know.
Yeah.
I've yet to. I've seen, you know, associates of mine back in a little bit earlier time play with the algorithms to get a little advantage on, you know, the publicity that their video or their channel is getting. I haven't played with that or you know, been in that arena for quite some time, but at one point in time, you could manipulate the algorithm pretty easy. Now you have to pretty much directly access that person's channel to start playing with numbers and messing with their account. But yeah, you're right. At one time, if you gave the right keywords, or the right keywords were entered enough time from a couple of different channels, then you became much more visible.
Yeah. But they fixed
Go ahead.
even that. Usually they fixed even that. Like our channels, even when they, even if you would get past the algorithm, since it's you and me and everybody that's connected to us, you will still not get promoted.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what we used to do when I ran with a group back in the day is whenever we would start something up, is we would all put the same title, and then we would kick live with the same title, and the algorithm would pick up on that trend of 6 or 7 of us with the same title, and it would automatically put us at the forefront of being seen.
That's a smart strategy.
Yeah, we used to do shit. I did a lot of crazy shit back in the day when I was younger and more aspiring, but now I use it as offensive and defensive tactics against assholes and trolls.
Assholes and trolls.
Yeah.
I guess access from a point of view of maybe the people that are hosting it, it might be of value to them, I guess, if they want quantity opposed to quality. But for the average viewer, if you're after the teachings or learning something, those other things on the side, how many people watch it and when it's being watched, should it really be of concern if you're after the quality of information? I get it, because if not, then people are just going to settle. It'll just be entertainment again, and this is where the few hold the power of the many, because most people don't realize, are you monitoring your own thinking, feeling process? If that information is, go ahead, I was going to say, if that information is useless, doesn't matter if millions of people watch it. I get it. People want to be entertained by watching cats or dogs. I get that. And the person that's actually having the channel, I get it. They want to make a living. For the most of us, if you're truly after value, that stuff should not matter to you, how many people watch it.
Well, this was back when there was ad revenue attached to what we were doing, and I traveled with a pack. So it wasn't about the quality of the content. It was about ad revenue. Back in the day, you used to have click-through banners, is where we all originally started. I'm sure you remember those, Pam, 10 cents a hit.
Yep.
And you could set up almost a streamline to that click-through. Well, all we did was develop and apply that to ad revenue on YouTube, but YouTube has changed drastically since those days.
Yeah.
A lot of the old technologies that we use to get around certain systems and bots and algorithms and machine programs are pretty much useless today, unless you're dealing with an older system, or you have an older system and you know how to get into those processes. Otherwise, you're dealing with basically just a shell of an operating system, and your interaction and function is so limited that some of the things that we used to do are damn near impossible to do with like Windows 10, or even, you couldn't do much even in developer mode with your phone these days.
Again, this is old Pam, I was going to say, again, old technology, whether it was the papers or when they do TV shows or movies, and they gather all that information to find out whether or not whatever they're trying to sell. Nike wants to know numbers. They want stats. We're actually giving that information to them, which is fine. But again, putting value to it. when it has nothing, it doesn't really serve you. It'd be different if somebody says, okay, I'm in that industry. I got to know for every person that knocks on a door, how many people are going to respond, how and why they respond. But to figure out the algorithms of a system where this is a great opportunity for people not have to go to libraries and get reserve information in old document books to really learn, like to really genuinely learn. Forget about the schooling system that failed most of us. You have a great opportunity to learn. Now, I'm just talking out loud. Obviously, that's my preference. But to get caught up in whether or not people want to keep on doing their fucking constant noise, bickering and bitching and complaining like as though you're at some relative's house and they don't know how to get along, that's fucking childish fucking conversations. Now, I know that sounds harsh on my part, but at least I know enough to shut up when I'm done with it. Where other people, no, I got to prove a point. Okay, what the fuck? Anyway, sorry, Pamela.
No, that's very relevant because I mean, back when I was doing things that seemed at the time to have importance to me, in spoofing or whatever it was that I was doing, um, it was kind of new and it was cutting edge. Though we knew where it was going and we could see the detriment that was about to happen with technology, we kind of had fun with it being an open playing field. But now that it's become a business, an industry, a corporation, and a matter of serious social engineering and development, I really had to take a complete retrospect on the level of maturity I was showing these machines and what these machines were doing to me.
It's interesting you say that, Axis, with the algorithm and technology and all of that. There was a point I was having a heyday with SEO when it first came out. There was this Web 2.0 platform called Squidoo, and this was back before any of the big Google algorithm updates. And I was a freelance writer there, and they would pay people per view per article. And this was long before Chat GPT. I'm talking like 2013 timeframe, and I had learned SEO, and they had let me put my affiliate links in my articles, and I was making up 5 to 8K a month. And I was doing that for about a year just from my home, working 12 hours a day, from getting paid from like companies like Amazon, Wayfair, all these different places. But then the Google algorithm hit, and Squidoo lost its proprietary position in Google. So therefore, the company cut its losses and sold. And a lot of us, like I was in the top 1% earners there, and I was making, like I said, at my heyday, 8K a month. But one algorithm screwed me over, and it was insane.
And the thing is back in the early days, the pioneer days, it was easy, so easy to make money with the internet, and you know, even sub channels and MRIC and F serving, and your peer to peers and your click through banners, and starting up a small the .com, even the name. It's such an equitable situation that if you had any computer smarts at all, you took advantage of it. But they have stifled that down to the point where if you aren't showing TNA or something equivalent, it just doesn't go over. You're not going to profit from it much at all, unless your subscriber and counts up there so high that your ad revenue and maybe your super chats are supporting your existence. But not like back in the day. Anybody could make money.
Yeah, I was having a heyday, and what's funny is now I'm doing the same thing, but I'm having to do everything on the back end, and it's so much harder to get traction because I don't have that proprietary relationship with Google. And so I'm having to like go through Pinterest and make a following there because that's where home decor is popular, and it's so much harder that I'm doing everything myself. I had to learn the code to Squidoo, that website. All I had to do was like, it was up, what you see is what you get. And like, I've had to teach myself everything, and everything on the back end is so much harder. And it's crazy, insane how, like I was saying, how one algorithm can completely like change everything. So I tell people now that are going into any type of internet marketing or anything like that, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Even content creators, don't put all your eggs in the YouTube basket. Have a presence on Rumble. Like, make sure you're not just banking and putting all your stuff in one place, because, you know, one of these platforms can get mad at you and you could be gone tomorrow.
That's so true. They've made it so compartmentalized and proprietary that, you know, whenever you get on certain platforms, it's like you're at, you know, the shoe store. Or the other platform, you're at the interior decorator store. Next platform, well, you're in kitchenware. You know, it's all proprietary and it's all compartmentalized so that they can almost, what is it, kind of sway and direct the traffic, the internet traffic.
More or less, they basically, the first page of Google now, they're sending people exactly where you want them, regardless of what you put in the search engines.
Right. Yeah. Same goes for YouTube. You search for anything, and they will put Taylor Swift as a first.
Oh my God! If I have to hear about that stupid one more time.
So
Yeah,
crazy.
Taylor Swift, where'd this girl come from? She just all of a sudden showed up out of the blue. Talk about propaganda and marketing. Oh my God. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of hers before. Now I'm even less.
I don't like any of the corporate artists. Like, I like everything, like rap. My main things like country rap and stuff like that. And all the music I listen to, none of it's mainstream. It's all like independent artists, and I don't want to hear anything corporate.
Yeah. Same here. But then again, I don't listen to too much music, you know, these days anymore. When I might do a live stream, I play some music, but, you know, just by myself, not so much as I used to. I remember playing a song continuously, right, like repetitively, right, to be in a trance. But I don't do that stuff anymore either.
Oh, that's another aspect of energy. I think there was a time period where music carried a relatable energy, and different bands kind of personified that energy or that frequency. But now, what I consider it to be is disposable music. It's not meant to withstand the test of time. This is just a disposable society, and now they're catering with disposable music.
Substitutes, right? Substitute for music.
Yeah.
Yeah. Substitusic.
Crazy.
You know, there was a time when you could, off the top of your head, no matter what genre you were in, you pretty much knew who the best guitarist of that day and time was. You know, they were promoted. These days, I couldn't, you know, other than relating back 20, 25 years, couldn't tell you who the best guitarist is. From that day, back then I can, but the last 15, 20 years, I don't know who's the most proficient on any instrument other than the technician and the engineer that's producing the music from behind the board and the computer.
Yeah. Now, Don McGraw says disposable everything. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We have become a disposable society to the point where now, you know, the human machine is becoming disposable to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a part of trying to adjust us to the inevitable kill by number system, or whether that's just a part of destructive marketing.
Well, I think we will soon find out.
Is it access disposable or replaceables?
Both, yeah. As long as you've got a good engineer behind the program that is producing your music, even in country, I've noticed they're using it. It's all duplicatable, easily duplicatable. The true artistry of the instrument, unless it's independent or stylized music, is lost. I've
So
yet to
when
hear any. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, so when they had the industrial era, when you made your synthesizers, you made your electric guitar, you made your drums, did it not kill the homemade, trombones, not even trombones, but drums and all that? So now they've just put a onboard computer now. So are we being, as a society, being replaced? I get it when people say, "Well, I want my music and all that," but most genre of music are still using instruments that are made by whoever. Guitar, 24 track. This device that we're using right now is technology that has on board. We encourage it. We put on
Oh,
these
yeah.
pretend icon names or whatever. So now GDP, whatever you want to call them, all these different programs are going to replace you. It's like having an airline like Bombardier, bring all the high-tech computer people in there, feed it into the computer. Next, you're replaceable. Same with Uber, same with drones. So are we not realizing, most of us, that we're being replaced because we're teaching the thing that's going to replace us?
Well,
Yeah,
not
that's
me.
true.
Not me.
Maybe not you.
For one, I don't use Uber. I don't use things that I don't like. I hate going with public transport, for instance. I think that's disgustingly expensive and horrible service. So I don't use that. I yeah, I don't think it's we. It's being
But you're
implemented.
here, boy. But you're here. This is
Yeah, but
another technology. Again, boy, I get what we're saying. This is a we. Whether or not you see all the parts, it's like my buddy saying to me, "Dom, I don't like technology. I guess we'll have to get rid of that Mercedes then, right?" That's technology. That's where we're at.
yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
There's just some things you don't use. So in
Yeah,
that particular
yeah,
moment, you're not we in that group, but you're we as the whole. Still, you just don't do all the different parts.
yeah.
You're going to use Wi-Fi. You're going to use electricity. All of these devices are here, but now we're at a point now where there's something that can be on these industrial units, and it can replace the majority of humanity. Now, we're just as strong as the one that posted the many, but for a lot of people, they're so indifferent, and they say, "Well, that's not going to affect me." I said, in their global situation that they've been doing probably for a couple of decades, where people are still talking about being nationalists, that's a game that most people don't even realize they've lost.
Yeah.
It's like when we've
That,
talked about it.
that game was played like a century ago.
Sure, it was.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As most people complain about it, I know you've
Yeah.
mentioned it, where in Canada, the truckers, or Germany, the farmers, they're using high-tech technology that are made by whoever's controlling all of that.
Yeah.
Those truckers that are using their Peterbilt trucks, or those farmers using all those tractors, they're inevitably realizing that forefathers have already sold most of their land. These are just the independents that are the last ones they're getting rid of. But because
Well,
most of us, as the masses,
not
right?
necessarily, but this is where it's at, right?
Well, the masses we're the ones that actually have the power. We're the ones that are going to their grocery stores. We're the ones that go to Amazon. We're the ones that use PayPal.
Well, it's not
So
only their grocery stores, right? It's also our grocery stores. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like whenever you go to a shop, or when you're accessing evil, or it's not like that. It's not that black and white.
no, there's many parts to it. I think it's beyond just two shades. So in this particular case, it's inevitable. I get it, the old tribal way of thinking, a small community, 100, 150 people. But we're getting to a point now where we're broken. To fix it, either you get rid of us, or what? We get rid of the few that are running the show. I doubt it. That's not going to occur, because they
No,
pay
we're
us.
not broken. We're not broken. We I mean, that is the only thing that is being accepted now, right? I mean, there's many people broken in society, but society at large isn't broken at all. What's needed is some morality, and that's
So
actually
then,
all flex.
so we can take that stroke and then
Because
go
because
to,
the infrastructure is still here, right? I mean, it's being functionalized by completely the wrong persons, but then again, the infrastructure itself, there's not much wrong with that, to be honest. So it doesn't need destruction for reset. Then again, I don't see any solution in taking over their places. There needs to be something else. There's something else that's on the horizon. That's
well, the broken I'm talking about is the masses. Their system is business as usual. Them spending trillions of future generation money on the Panama Canal, and they can stop whatever they want, whenever they want.
yeah.
As much as people complain about the price of things going up, what happens when the prices go up and they purposely shortchange all the shells? Again, that's just to validate we've become displacent as a race. Now people could turn around and say, I don't agree with it. I'm like, okay, so you might avoid, but a lot of people, have you studied China, India, all the different countries? Were they there when Venezuela crashed? Were they there when the ruble was financing America for the last 15 years, let alone the yen? Again, this is information that people can easily get. The problem is they might not be able to have discernment or understanding, but at least they can gather that information. So when people start defending or attacking things, they said, have you even got that information? No. So then why the fuck are you even in the room then? This is where we're at. And the reset is happening. We're in year 5. Their little mask thing was just to prove are we going to interfere? No, we're not going to interfere. Now, if people say, well, I don't want to wear a mask. Don't you wear a fucking tie when you go to work? Don't you wear high heels when you go to work? Sure you do. That program has been happening since any of us have ever been born.
Yeah, many of, like I said, like we said, many of these fights that are being fought today have already been settled more than a century ago. Like nationalism and all that shit. It's not about that anymore. It's like the movie network. It's one big company. It's not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And as long as people understand where their placement is, fighting without understanding. This is just me, you yapping, Void. I already realize you're quite informed, but this is for the masses or whoever, the few that watch this, to realize before you start opening your mouth, get informed. Understand how spot currency works, how the American fiat currency crashed in 2005, why they did the bailout, why they decided in 2001 to do the little blow up and tell the people it started. Because when I say people, I'm not talking about citizens of their countries. Until they become aware of all of that, if they want to fight a system, at least understand it first. And then maybe go underground for a while. And then if you truly care about the future generation, don't make it about you. I'm not talking about you, Void, just talking in general here. Now, people can say, what am I doing? Fuck, I am doing what I'm doing. I like to share awareness. There's going to be other people that are going to do things about this, and I hope the best for them. But they're going to have to deal with the biggest problem, which is the masses, not the few, not the ones that are trying to help them or the ones that are trying to discourage them. It's the masses. And that's all of us. This is not about being American, European. This is about a race of beings. Anyway, I put my 2 cents. Of course, in Canada, we don't even have pennies anymore. So I'll put a couple of nickels in.
No, that's good. One thing to go back to self-destructive, self-destructive by nature. Yeah, when I entered the industrial music scene, it was new. You had innovators in the 70s like Rattblood, Gary Newman, even some people that accented their musical synthesizers. But when we went full computer with just very little humanism, it was a new sound. It was an aggressive new sound, and it kind of went with that feel of that particular time and space that we occupied. But on the last tour that I done, I'm going to say at least half of the show was digitally pre-recorded, and we were just playing instruments over digitally pre-recorded set. And I realized at that point that nobody noticed that some of the instruments weren't being played that were coming through the speakers, and that most of our samples and programming and more, exotic sounds, we didn't have to reproduce them because they were just right there on the set track. And the independent kind of gun for hire studio artist was about to become completely obsolete. We didn't realize ourselves too also were becoming obsolete, because everything could be done, generated, and played, and was accepted by the audience pre-recorded. They just wanted to see the show.
Yeah, and that's usually what happens, right? I mean, if you're an artist, that's what you run into, right? People usually don't care for the truth, or for how would you say that, authenticity. They're just there for the show, man. They're just there for the story. That they don't care if it's true or not, or if it's well played. They'd rather see good colors and and a lot of contrast, and they'll call it
Yeah.
a good show. And it's only the few that, if you're that lucky, it's only a few people in the audience that would notice that, like you said, most is from the tape, from the set, right?
Yeah. When we started dry playing instruments on stage through certain songs, I felt like I was cheating the crowd. I felt
Yeah.
like I was shortcutting the audience.
Yeah.
And but the audience didn't see, they didn't care. That was,
They
as
don't.
long as the show was pronounced and it left some type of resonance with them, or even a shock sensation, they felt entertained, and it was worth every bit of it. They did not care whether we were dry playing an instrument or not.
And that in itself is a bit disappointing when you're on stage, right?
Yeah, it's disheartening.
Uh,
You have to kind of artificially feed the enthusiasm of being an artist at that point in time. That's what got me into sound development. I produce sounds and re-engineer the sound that I put into my music so it can't be duplicated. I'm the only one that has that sound, because not only did I create that sound from an original wave recording of maybe me hitting the edge of a table, then I restructured, redeveloped, and took effects or modulation or LFO, or any type of modulation that I could apply to it to create another sound. Though it's artificial completely, not the original sound, it is an original sound. And then once you get that structured, you can start developing soundscapes. But as far as there being any type of talent other than engineering and computer technology, there's really not. It's just a matter of mathematics and structure. Gives you a lot more appreciation for the old guy sitting with the acoustic guitar and just wailing his little blues heart out. You learn new appreciation for that after you've seen the extent that music can be reproduced, until you start soundscaping and engineering. Then you've got a whole different world that's opened up to you. But it's not as beneficial for the listener unless they're seeking an exotic sound, as it, because it gives you more leeway to use frequencies and different suggestions, whereas before they used backwards masking and subliminalism. Today you can put it right up front and subject them to it, and they don't even realize it's happening.
Yeah, I think a lot of times access, most of us don't try to realize how do things come to be, like how does an instrument is made and what sounds it comes, no different fiat currency. It goes back to what I was saying earlier about observation, where people will observe for entertainment opposed to observing for awareness. So once you start redirecting that, because most people are still observing, they just don't realize how much they're observing, but for what intent? What's their intent? Are they trying to understand how money works, or are they just playing how the end use is? They're not people start learning, okay, fiat currency could be printed or instruments are made this way. Why only 432 opposed to 440? What about all the other different frequencies? You know, once people start realizing that, of course, then even when you play with 432, 432, those are different energies combined together opposed to 440. You know, those are
Right.
all different types of energy. One's material energy, the other one's a spiritual meeting the material energy. If you start understanding number 9 versus number 8, again, this is about awareness. If people are seeking that, most people aren't. They're not even trying to understand why they do what they do. Why is usually the philosophy inquiries, but let alone how. So
Well, I tell you, one that really made me appreciate, the connoisseur of actually playing an instrument was whenever the first time I seen my daughter's band play, and she picked the flute up and through a raw microphone was singing without any effects, without any vocal enhancements, and then she started doing flute leads, and they wrote a couple songs around the flute, and it was all natural and all dry, and I was like, man, at least she's got an appreciation for it.
Mm. Hey, while you guys have been here cooking, right? I've been on a journey. I think I found Epcot on the moon. Do you remember the other day when I said I found the crater Earth? Did anyone hear me say that the other day?
Yes.
I
Right?
hear you say that every day,
Yeah.
dude.
I don't think so, boy. Not every day.
Okay.
But I've obviously, when I've been thinking about the craters could be eyes, right? I've just remembered that if the crater that I found is somewhat of an eye, it must be attached to something. But there's a formation of a rock that's connected to a certain crater, right? And to me, it looked like a how would you call it? It had like a worm type of quote unquote dragon, like a long type of reptile body, right? But this is on the moon, so they've got type of words. Certain craters have different type of words by them, right? So I typed in one of the words, and it meant reptile, right? Then I typed in another word that was next to it, and that came up as reptile as well. And it's saying it's on the moon, but this particular formation of the rocks, right? It looks a lot like one of my Epcot maps that I have. Anybody remember the segment of Epcot when I showed you the map that Walt Disney was working on with the bird head?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
You played it the other day.
there you go. I'm thinking it's presented like some type of a bird, but it's really the dragon, because it's got
On,
how would you call it, Epcot, and it's got the airport of the future and all these things. But I really think the airport of the future is just another word for Earth, and the Epcot part it's a part in the stomach of the beast. So it's looking like, yes, it's looking like the real deal over here, if I can totally be honest.
That's
you think
awesome.
that maybe there's an underlying language or code that you're tapping into that brings the relevancy of your research into play? Is that you're observing a system of kind of a relevancy to what you're doing and where we're at in this place and time, but it's almost a undeciphered code that is very abundant, obviously, and prevalent if you know what you're looking for. That helps identify where we're at and what we are?
To some degree, yeah. Tapping into something, bro. I don't know what the hell it is, but immediately when I thought of that, right, I started to think of. Do you remember that serpent? Is it Quetzalcoatl? I can't even pronounce it.
Quetzalcoatl?
Quetzalcoatl.
Yeah.
There you go. The one that I think Roger said he found. I don't even think that's the one. I think the Epcot is the one.
See, I'm not that deep in the research. The best that I've got is what I've gotten from you, London, and that's been quite a bit actually. I still apply your research to certain things that I look at. Like I did a comparison with, the conscious observer being a reflection on water, and whenever I made that comparison, I thought of you and the reflective nature of imagery from the moon, and I found relevancy there, almost like an underlying code. That's why I was speculating and asking on that. Do you think that maybe most everything is written within the bounds of a language that is repeated in a fractal nature, but until you're aware of it, it just kind of goes unnoticed?
Yeah, that is crazy. I can't believe that. Because while you lot was talking, I even took a snapshot of it and I moved it over to my Epcot map. And all of the craters near enough matched up to the features of Epcot.
Really?
It's crazy, bro.
And you're talking the sphere, the Epcot sphere, right?
No,
Sphere?
no, not the Epcot sphere. No. The Epcot, how would you call it? The Disney designs for the land itself, the whole project.
The theme park.
The
Theme
layout.
park, there you go.
Okay.
Yes.
So the whole schematics for the layout.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to present that. I don't know how to screen share or anything, or I'd let you have complete control.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
No
I
way.
figured
There's
this would be
people
best
watching.
presented on your channel.
Yeah, but we got to do it properly when we're dropping these type of gems.
Right. No disrespect to what you're doing. I just think
I'm with you. That's crazy.
Something like that, you would be able to have full disciplinary control over, the revelation of it.
Did you see what Alchemos said, London?
No, let's have a look. I've been in the back room on my picture stuff. What's let's have a look. Okay, I'm over here. See what Alki's saying, my boy. Yeah, feathered dragon, the feathered serpent. That it must be that. It could be that. It could be that. Should I say? Yeah, let's have a look. What else is he saying? Yeah, what's the quarter? Yeah, and then the general plan for the Wolfensberg. How do you pronounce that? And whatever stronghold is exactly the same as the Epcot map. Okay.
That's why I didn't read that.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that is crazy. I can't. Yeah, it's making me think now because I even came across a map of America, and in one of the corners it says that snake on it, right? I don't know why it says snake, but obviously Rogers found something that looks like a snake on the bottom half of the America's Eagle, the map. But I'm thinking that's just a little one that they've shown me on this map when it just says snake. I'm thinking they're making reference to what maybe Rogers found, but the one that I found, it seems like it's eating something. I told Tony the other day, right? I came across something that looks like it's swallowing something from the globe, and Quetzalcoatl is swallowing a human as well. Anyone seen that picture of her swallowing the human, the snake?
Not that particular picture that you're talking about. The relevancy I'm getting is I know there's an underpinning of serpent wisdom to most everything that's been discovered or developed. I mean, serpent wisdom, ancient wisdom, hermetic wisdom, there's an underpinning of it in reality. And that's why I haven't I can't see the images that you're seeing, so I
Yeah,
can't get the
okay.
same correlation.
Let's see if I can find it somewhere. Where's okay?
One that recently come to notice to me is domesticated cats. I didn't know, and it was right there in front of me, plain and obvious. The only other animal that has slitted eyes like a cat is a reptile. And all your big cats, your tigers, lions, and all that, they don't have slit eyes. Only the domesticated cat does, or a reptile. I thought that was pretty peculiar.
You're right. I hadn't thought about it like that before. It's interesting.
I've heard theories about this that domestical cat is like a hybrid between a snake and a tiger.
It seems logical that there was some maybe genetic altering there, or maybe they created the domestic cat as a species all its own. I mean, the correlation between the cat and a mouse, the snake and a mouse, I mean, small prey, the slanted eyes, the stealthiness. I mean, it kind of blew me away whenever I realized that they were the only other animal was a reptile.
There certainly seems to be something to it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't see that just, kind of generally happening over the course of that species evolution, it developing slitted eyes.
That's interesting considering the Egyptians used to worship cats.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Wonder what the history of the domesticated cat is, or when it even made its appearance in our society.
Hey, Access.
Yeah.
Can you see what I'm showing you down there?
No, it's all I've got is your icon.
No, on the screen share.
Oh, I'd have to figure out how to screen share.
Okay, if you're not familiar with
it. I just got the basics down enough to be able to interact, and I haven't went into this so far as to know the specs and the ins and outs of it.
Okay.
So you've got an advantage on me when it comes to navigating.
You'll learn quickly. It's pretty simple. It's right. You can't do much wrong. It's just.
Yeah, this is probably my, I don't know, maybe my 8th or 9th time using StreamYard, and I just haven't applied myself to learning it as well as I should have. But I figured, I can play music and I can interact with people, and to go any further than that is kind of vanity, unless you're trying to display an image or show something. Did we lose Dom?
Yeah. He said goodbye.
Okay.
Someone just left. Was that Dom? Peace, Dom.
Yeah, Dom. It's great having you, Dom. This has been wonderful times again. Most wonderful. I hope we can do this again sometime before too long. I'll get a hold of you and we'll chat back and forth and see what happens.
Big up, Dom. 420, if you got that. Fucking hell, I'm happy about the findings I just found, I can't believe that. That is crazy. Wow.
That gives you a good spot to fire up a show.
Yeah, now you're probably really glad you didn't go live today, because had you, you wouldn't have stumbled across that.
Exactly. I chose right. I said, let me come and chill out over here. Look what I found. That's crazy. Yeah, salute to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So what are you gonna do? You're gonna simmer on it for tonight, and then edit it.
Yeah, edit it up, get it ready for part 11.
Uh-huh.
Getting mental. Can't believe it.
That's
Yeah, it's
awesome.
good
Does any of our sister channels have lives going tonight?
No, I don't think so. Let me see who's live. Hold on one second. Since
We got to throw them a shout out, and then at the top of the hour we can consider this a damn good accomplishment and a wonderful stream. And
yeah, guys, I'm saying goodbye. I'm starting to yawn.
Boy, thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, it's been good.
Absolute pleasure having you. Make sure you throw your channel up before you go, and you're welcome back anytime, man.
Cool.
It's been a pleasure.
Thanks. Hey, bye, Pam.
Take care,
Bye,
boy. Sorry
ciao.
we put you to sleep.
So bored with you.
We made the diva sleepy. We made the diva yawn. I'm so sorry. No, I hope you rest well, boy.
Ciao.
Peace. Ciao. I'm gonna shoot up and say my goodbyes. Hey, it's been a pleasure, Access. Pam, as always,
London,
much love.
Thank you so much for being here, and I hope your endeavors bear fruit, man. I'm excited to see what happens.
Me too. Message received, brother. Much love. We'll catch up. Pam, peace out, Pam. Big up.
I'm looking forward to your next show, and definitely looking forward to part 11 now, especially since this new finding. I have no doubt you're going to research it and have an awesome presentation for us.
Exactly. There you go. You already know. Peace to the grand old chat room. Much love. Layla.
Absolutely. Wow.
Well,
computer geeks. Yeah, it's been great, Pam. It's always a pleasure having you here, and especially I feel a little more reconfirmed whenever I've got somebody that's got a little technology under their belt and to relate to some of the times that I go out there.
Yeah, I've always been into technology. I couldn't, due to the nature of my vision problem, I couldn't play basketball and sports in school. So I got into computers, and then when I was 18, I become a ham radio operator. I've since let that license expire, but I've always been a little bit of a closet nerd, and so I still dabble in the technology. Admittedly, I love it, but I also try to balance it with the old world stuff, which is why I'm kind of a prepper and I know how to can and do stuff like that, you know?
Right. I've got a lot of respect for the fact that you do have the computer skills, because most people got taken so off guard and by surprise when computer technology took over, and the people that had the advantage was the closeted nerds like us that had our little IBMs at home that nobody understood except us and a few people maybe in computer class, but we were the ones that got the advantage on that. Just if I could go back now and redo a few things, there was probably a couple things I would have invested in and maybe have taken advantage of, but I suppose I'm just glad that I was with the curve, and I can appreciate that in others. Definitely appreciate that in you, Pam, especially when I go out in left field with the technology. I know that at least it's relevant, and I'm not just speaking out there.
Yeah, I like how much you know about technology and frequencies and Like I really enjoy when you get to build on panels and stuff like that, like the one you were having with London until it was rudely interrupted that one day. It was awesome just listening to you two, you know?
Yeah, it's you know, that's why I said the provocateurs. You know, I'm going to try and keep them as far away from here as possible because I enjoy this little setting. I enjoy the intimacy of it, and I also like the fact that it's progressive. You know, it's moving forward, and I'd like to be able to retain that. And I know with people like you and London and Dom and Boy, I'm not going to lose that essence, and that's so much appreciated on your guys' part. And it comes together to make you feel good about your stream. You know, makes you feel like it was very much worthwhile.
Yeah, when you and Dom were discussing that it was about metaphysics and the energetics of things, I knew for me that that's like my main areas of interest. I'm more into the spiritual side of the things than the truther side of things, and so I'm more drawn to that type of thing. Even though I think consider like the London's channel like my home, you know, but I definitely am more spirit minded. So I like these type of discussions.
You're always welcome here, Pam. Always. You know, my door's always open. My panel's always open to you, and you've always been a wonderful guest to have. So, you know, the same with everybody that's been in the chat today and on the panel. Just all respect and love because it has been a wonderful experience for me.
Yeah, so
And
glad to
with it,
see you opening the doors more often for us.
well, you know, I'll give credit where credit is due. Dom was the one that kind of pushed for me to start opening up and allowing that interaction to take place. Um, kind of lower the shields down and exercise my social side of me and give other people a chance to express themselves without being rudely interrupted or inconveniently thrown out of their time and space. So I mean, I'm just I feel complete. I feel content with today, and I think this is another one of the streams that I'll leave up. I think there's valuable information that could be passed on here, and it was such a forward moving event that it would be a shame to take this one down.
Oh, you should definitely keep this one up.
Yeah, yeah, definitely going to. Um, we've hit the 4 hour mark. That's generally my nap time. We
Well,
wore the old man out.
it's my time to get going too. So all things happen at the right time for the right reason. So again, thank you for opening the doors for us. And I definitely have enjoyed getting to listen to you, and especially when you and Dominic were talking and getting to know both of you guys a little more, and then London too. It's you have a nice thing going on here. So thanks again, and have a great nap.
You too, Pam. Thank you for being involved and thank you for being a participant and all love and blessings to you and to the chat. Thank you guys for showing up, participating, and being a part of this. All I have is respect for all of you and thank you for being here. Peace, love, and prosperity to you all. Thank you. Axis out.